Right, okay guys, welcome to another video once again. You've seen the title, it's something a wee bit different. Yep, this is our top, would I say, is it top 10 films or is it, nah.
Well,
10.
my number one is my favourite film of all time, and the other 9 are films I really like a lot. But I would be difficult to put them in a chart style order. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I think it's one of these things. If you if you ask somebody this question, the next time it would be another 10. I mean, I had to. I was up to 13, and I wasn't thinking very hard. I mean, mine are not in any order, and I would probably say they're based on the films that I've watched the most, if that makes any sense, which technically would mean I quite enjoy them. You know, I would say it's 10 films you have to see, but it's by no means a definitive list, and I'm sure there may be a number 2 in the pipeline, depending on how well this one's received.
Possibly.
We'll see anyway. Yeah, so what we've in fact it was Lukozer, you came up with the idea. What kind of prompted that?
What prompted it? Do you want me to be honest about it?
Of course, absolutely.
I was sick about talking about retro games. You surely noticed the last 2 live waffle. Oh, yeah, was it a live waffle? Whatever it was, anyway, that I was in. I spent more time talking about films than I did about gaming.
Nothing wrong with that. You know, you need to kind of keep things kind of fresh. I mean, you and Chris as well. Obviously, we've got shall we say, we were talking about another future video, and it's probably something completely different. Completely different from what we would normally do, but that'll be for next year. That'll be one for early in the new year. So yeah, we've basically gone away. We've had a think, and we've come up with 10 films, which I think are definitely worthy of choice. So I think we'll start at the bottom, Lukozer. Since it was your idea, I'll let you go for film number 1.
It's always me starting these things off, isn't it?
He's busy trying to work out what you meant by another video.
Yeah, I'm absolutely thrown away by that. Yeah.
I don't want to give the game away. You sent me a poser saying, "Would you go for? How would you do that?"
About what I've just switched off on there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody else would do that, but I would do it that way.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Guys, you're slow tonight, lads. What's going on? Must be the cold weather.
Oh, I knew what you meant. I just didn't want to say it.
Live's on.
Right. Anyway, if I can wake up enough. Right, I'm trying to get this thing to not have a huge bloody great border around it, but it's not working. So, right, well, I'm not going to start with film number 1. I'm going to do it in not in reverse order, because it's apart from number 1, all the rest could be in any jumbled order. Basically, my list is exactly the same as Mr. Panther up there. So, well, I'll call it number 10 just for continuity's sake, I suppose. So yeah, hopefully this screen share is going to work.
Can we bring it on now? Yeah. Talk about it first.
Okay, well, I'll talk about it a bit first. Let me just.
I'm trying not to look at it.
Okay. Well, I'm also trying to bring up on IMDb, so I've got some information about it. Okay, so 1957, this film came out, starring Henry Fonda, among others, directed by Sidney Lumet. If you haven't guessed it by now, you won't, so you may as well bring up the film poster. It is 12 Angry Men. And for me, this film, more than any other film that I am a huge fan of, really does show just how terrible modern films are. Because you look at modern films, They always have to, especially at modern Hollywood films, they always have to have the same things in them all the time. They always have to have guns, always have to have explosions, always have to have, shootouts, always have to have car chases and stunts that break the laws of physics and all this fucking bollocks. Right? 12 Angry Men, essentially the whole film is just dialogue. It takes place in effectively one room from start to finish, and yet there is more character development and more sort of like intrigue and more story than in any film that has been made over the past 20 years.
I'll be honest,
First time,
I've never even heard of the film. I'll be perfectly honest.
You've never heard of it?
I've never heard of it.
I am floored.
I'm not a big movie buff, to be fair. I don't watch a lot of films, but I've never heard of that film.
Panther, please tell me you've heard of this.
I've heard of it. I have seen it. I haven't seen it for a long time.
All right.
And, obviously I prefer the version with Tony Hancock and Sid James, but...
Well, that's the one everyone sort of knows, isn't it? Every time I watch this, my dad is always on about the Tony Hancock and Sid James version, yeah.
Sid James? What the hell?
Oh, they were a great pairing, those two, before Sid James then became even bigger in the Carry On films. Anyway, so it's basically 12 members of a jury. I guess we should actually say at this point, if there's anyone who needs any confirmation, spoiler alert, this is going to be full of spoilers for every single film. So yeah, with this, it's you don't see or hear anything about the case that is presented. It's just the jury deliberating in the jury room. And of course, at the start of it, 11 of them decide that the guy's guilty. One person, Henry Fonda, goes for not guilty. And during the course of the film, essentially, the 11 are convinced that he isn't guilty, and right the way through to the very end, where he's acquitted. Believe me, my description is not doing the film justice. It's far, far better than my description of it. Makes it sound like.
Oh, there's some great character acting in it.
I think it must be, if it's just kind of in one room.
Yeah, it's all in the jury room. Although Henry Fonda is the main star, for me the best role in this is by E.G. Marshall, who plays juror number 4, who's going through it all very logically, very cold, calculated, and just the way that he and Henry Fonda are arguing about the two merits of the case. I just think it is really, really well done. I mean, the film could even be made as like a radio program. In fact, I think when it was first written, it was written as a radio play, because it is basically entirely dialogue. There's just 2 bits in it that wouldn't work as a radio play, but the rest of it, easily.
E.G. Marshall. I only can think of him in one other film. E.G. Marshall.
Go on.
Playing the president in Superman 2.
In Superman 2, yeah. Yeah.
I've never seen that one either. I've never seen any Superman.
I mean, Superman 2 doesn't appear on my list, but that is a great film. You've got to see it.
It is good.
I think I watched half of the first one, but no, I mean, I'm glad. I'm not a big film buff, but the great thing with things like this that we're doing, and it's the same with the Sid shows, is, and even some of the video games ones that we do, you're getting new films or new things. Like, this is a film you have to watch, and I will absolutely make a point of watching this.
Well, the first time I saw this, I was at school, and it was in one of our English lessons, and the teacher brought in like the video, and they put this on. And I thought, oh, this is going to be fucking boring. And I was just hooked at it from like the first minute or two. And since then, yeah, it has easily been one of the 10 best films I've ever seen.
That's a recommendation. I love the fact it looks like it's been drawn with crayons, the film poster there.
Well, 1957, a lot of film posters look like that.
No, I certainly look forward to watching it. You got anything else you want to add, Panther, in the film?
There's not much more I can add. Like Chris says, it's one location, and you've got 12 main cast, and they're all brilliant. There's not one person where you think, well, it would have been better if that person would have been replaced by such and such. But there's nothing like that. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen it, but yeah, like he says, it's one of them ones where you think, oh, courtroom drama, yawn, and then you start watching it, and it is the character acting that really makes it.
So, am I right in thinking there's there's no women appearing? That must be quite unusual.
No, they do talk about one that was a witness on the stand, but yeah, that's as close as it gets to there being any women in this. So obviously, this film would not be made like this today.
Mm-hmm. No, fantastic, good. I certainly look forward to watching that one. I'll go next. I'd normally make you go next, Panther, but I'll go next.
That's
good
absolutely
choice.
Fine.
Like mine are probably slightly more mainstream. I mean, because as I said, I'm not a big film buff. They've said that. I'm just trying to think. I know.
Well, I wouldn't have said 12 Angry Men was not mainstream, but there you go.
Well, I've not seen that, but anyway. That's not. Would you not say that's a mainstream film? So why be surprised that I hadn't saw it? Because it's kind of classed as a film you must see before you die.
Yeah, it's considered a classic by well, Christ knows. I mean, on IMDb it has a rating of 9, so it's got to be doing something right. Right,
my first one. It's a film. Let me think. It's a film that I first saw. In fact, I better get the bloody film up at the moment. Hang on. It's a film that I first saw when it came out, actually, and I think I had to show ID to get in because I looked quite young. And the reason I wanted to see it was because my pal had seen it before me, and he told me you get to see a pair of women's tits in it. So that was evidence enough. That was enough for me to see the film. And it's gone on to being one of my all-time favourite films, probably my all-time favourite comedy film. It's got it's got James Belushi in it, so we really don't need any other reason to see it. And it is, if I can just get this right, it is the mighty Animal House. You guys seen that one?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, it's just a brilliant film. I almost kind of know it word for word. Cracking slice of kind of comedy. I just think it's brilliant. Love it to bits.
Yeah, it's a John Belushi showpiece, isn't it? Even though he's not really the main character, it's about John Belushi pretty much and his antics.
Yeah, I just think it's a great film. Yeah, there's not really much more to say than that, but it's not a deep film. It's an entertaining film, but I just think it's a brilliant film. I really, really do.
Well, I mean, a lot of the National Lampoon's films are not deep films, but they're in your face comedy with a bit of slapstick, quite a lot of innuendo. Well, really a lot of innuendo, and as you say, even a pair of tits.
Yeah. I mean, the thing for me, I mean, like, as we'll all probably agree, there's a lot of pretentiousness with films. You'll never get like I don't know. You'll never get like, see something like Terminator 2 is a good film. That's never really going to win the best picture. It's going to be some art house thing, and I can't abide that. I mean, the films on my list, they're completely different. But to me, when I go to the cinema or whatever, if I watch a film, you're giving up an hour and a half, 2 hours of your life, and you want to be entertained. Now, whether that's you're having a laugh, or whether it's you're watching something that you can relate to, or whether it's watching something that's quite shocking and you think, bloody hell, you know what I mean? It's about kind of being entertained, and films don't have to be, to my mind, they don't have to be well acted. They could just, if you come out smiling, like that was brilliant, then it's done its job,
Saying about there's a lot of pretentious stuff around films. Yeah, I was watching Carry On Henry earlier today. Not a lot of pretentious stuff in that one.
No.
What about? Well, I bet this might be on your list. What about? What was that again? Shark Exorcist.
Oh, fuck it! No, shockingly, that is not on my list. No, I couldn't even make it. I couldn't even make it to the end of that fucking thing.
Maybe we need to have a sequel, 10 worst films, but yeah, I love Animal House. Are you a fan of it, Lukozer?
No.
No, really?
Really, I can't stand the National Lampoon's films. I don't know what it is about them. Actually, I do know what it is about them. I just do not get on with American comedy. The last American-made comedy film that I thought was good starred two people who are going to be appearing later on in this video. So yeah, it's not my sort of thing at all.
Yeah, that's fair enough. But yeah, you're never going to. Everyone's got different tastes. So anyway, that's my first one. That is National Lampoon's Animal House, and it's over to Panther.
Right, let's get me screen ready then. Don't need to share audio or anything. Right, well, the film I've chosen first is from 1973. So a year after I was born. So I didn't see it for quite a while after its release. Two of the lead stars in it are John Saxon and Anna Capri, which means the lead part would have to be Bruce. He of Bruce Lee and his Enter the Dragon. It's probably the greatest martial arts film ever made, or at least the most celebrated martial arts. I mean, even though he hasn't made my list, I am quite a fan of Jackie Chan films as well. But this has got a bit of everything. It's got kung fu, it's got espionage, it's got a pair of tits, so it'd suit you, Al.
We've certainly found Al's level as far as what makes a good film.
But yeah, I think it's an all-time classic. It's kind of like I suppose a martial arts James Bond espionage thriller with lots and lots of kung fu in it. And the version I've got these days has got the nunchuck scene put back in that everyone thought was sped up, but it was in fact slowed down because Bruce Lee just was that good. I mean, I'm assuming both of you have heard of this film.
Heard of it, yes. But yeah, hard as it may be to believe, I've never seen it.
I recommend it. It is a great film. It's not all just flying kicks and weird punching noises. There's actually a fairly good story to this one as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the reason why you say that is because, like, I think a lot of people who rather dismiss it, not that I do dismiss it, but that's what I expect and that's what comes to mind when I think of this film. So I've seen clips of it, but yeah, never have actually seen it all the way through.
I'm just trying to remember. I mean, I'm a massive Bruce Lee fan, and I've seen this one a lot of times. What was the first one? There was Enter the Dragon, and what was?
You had
Fury, and what was other?
Fury. The Big Boss was his first one.
Aye, but there was another big one, Enter the Dragon, and what was the other one?
Game of Death. You're thinking of, I think.
No, that was the one that was unfinished. No, there was another one. There was Enter the Dragon and what the hell was it called? There was two really big Bruce Lee films. I'm trying to remember what they're called. But no, I mean, I'm a massive Bruce Lee fan. What's not to like? It's like Kenny James Bond, but with a guy that can actually do stuff. It's, watching this as a 12-year-old, you wanted to, Muhammad Ali and Bruce Lee, they were Pelé, they were like my idols. Fantastic.
Yeah, and I mean, John Saxon puts a good turn in it, and also Michael Williams, the black guy there in the picture. He was known for playing Black Belt Jones, one of the blaxploitation films. That was like a kung fu film that they made in the 70s. Well, Michael Williams in this, I can't remember the name of the character now. I think he might actually be Jones in this as well. But it's kind of, when people go on about diversity today, your three lead actors in this is a black guy, a Caucasian, and an Asian guy. So, it's something that's always been there. It's just people choose to highlight it now rather than see things for what they were, in my opinion.
No, but I totally agree with that.
But yeah, with regards to this film, Chris, all right, you do get a bit of whatcha over the top, like added on, like dubs punching sound effects.
Yeah.
But it's not all the way through. There is an underlying espionage sort of story in this, and there's like a tale of revenge going on. There's 3 or 4 good subplots all going on to make the one story.
Yeah. What was interesting is they actually took sound effects from Wave Exploding Fist and used them in this film.
Yeah, I'd heard about that. Yeah,
that's true.
I remember when I was in Canada and I was working in Walmart. One Christmas, I was in the electronics and video department and all that. One Christmas, we got this huge, great display in, all full of like DVDs, all starring Bruce Lee, but not the Bruce Lee. There was about like 20 or 30 different actors, and they were all called Bruce Lee. But it was like, one of them, it was Bruce Lee, spelled Bruceli. The next one was, Bruceleigh. And it was all like this. And when he got to one of them, it was starring Bruce Lee, spelt Brewsleigh. You're thinking, come on, this is fucking taking the piss, isn't it? I don't think they are going to be very good films, those.
No, if you're going to watch a Bruce Lee film, this Bruce Lee is the one to watch. And out of his films, I would recommend this as the one to see. His other ones are good, but they fit more into the stereotypical kung fu films that you were referring to earlier on.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. I'm looking at all the films he's made, and Enter the Dragon. I just thought there was another one. I mean, you've got Fists of Fury, Way of the Dragon, Game of Death, The Big Boss. I thought there was another one. I
think Way of the Dragon might be the one you were thinking of. I mean, this film was this film come out a year after he died, or the year after he died. They'd completely finished this one, and then Game of Death. They had loads and loads of footage that they were shooting. That's the one in the famous yellow and black jumpsuit.
Yeah.
Where they used all the clips he'd shot and then got in body doubles to try and finish the story. And Game of Death is what the game Kung Fu Master is based on.
Oh, of course.
Where he's having to go up the levels and fight the different people.
It'd be interesting to think what would have become of Bruce Lee had he not died at such a young age.
You don't know. I mean, you could say the same for,
any actor you care to mention.
Any musician.
He'd probably ended up in the bloody Expendables or something, eh? Yeah, but classic 1970s film, eh? When did it come out? In 1973. Yeah.
1973, yeah.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, I was 1. Not that you needed to know that, I
think I was 26 when it came out.
No, I think that was the year you started drawing out your pension, wasn't it?
Right, back to you, Mr. L.
Okay, yeah, right, we won't dwell on that any longer, shall we? Alright, okay. Well, my next one, going back a little bit more, this film came out in 1964, and this is a war film, but a lot of people sort of almost forget about it when they're talking about war films because it's not World War Two. So let's get the old screen share going. So starring starring Stanley Baker, Jack Hawkins, and Michael Caine. If that hasn't given it away, well, here we go. Bring it up. It is Zulu.
Thousands of them.
And now, if you haven't seen this one, you really love this because there are plenty of tits on show in this one.
As far as I know, I'm pretty sure this is my dad's favourite film. So I'm quite well versed in this one. If it was on at Christmas, we watched it.
Yeah. It's a fantastic film, this. I really cannot, find any flaws in it at all. I mean, it's not 100% historically accurate, but it is pretty close. Which makes a change for, so-called true story films.
I actually went to the pictures to see that with my dad, and then I went back with my dad and my brother. I mean, I must have been, I don't know what age I was maybe about 10 years old, and but I really enjoyed it. It's an epic film. If they made it now, it would be CGI, but back then, I mean, even you could hear them, and you could see the guys. I mean, obviously it's based on, is it Battle of Rock's Drift? I think it is.
Drift, yes.
Yeah, and you felt you were there with the guys, and you could just hear you're like, fucking hell, they were shitting themselves. They're absolutely shitting themselves, and suddenly at the top of the screen, all these, Zulus, thousands of them. I mean, it was a really epic. I think the fact that it's based on a true story, just it was amazing. And quite a few of the guys. So I was going to say, there's quite a few of the real people that were in it. Did they not get Victoria Crosses? I think.
Yeah, it was the most Victoria Crosses given for a single single battle. I think it was 12 or something. So a significant number.
I'm not sure it goes down in history as the fairest of fights, to be fair.
Well,
gunpowder projectiles versus spears and that, but
well, I mean, it certainly wasn't as bad as anything that happened in like the Sudan.
No.
But it could be argued about that. But then, of course, and this is always a great one to bring up whenever you get like real sort of like right wingers commenting on video clips of this, when they're going on about, oh yes, this shows the British at their best and all this. Yeah, the British actually lost the Zulu Wars. This was about the only success they had throughout the whole campaign. So that's showing the British at their best, all right.
Well, yeah, if you're I know we're drifting off the film bit, but if you're fighting people on their own turf, they're always going to have the upper hand. I mean, if 20,000 Zulus stormed Brighton and the soldiers were standing on the beach, then they'd probably have a chance.
Yes, yeah.
I love how, looking at the film poster, you wouldn't really have a clue what it was about. Well, Zulu, but it's, I don't know, it's quite an odd looking thing. Dwarfing the mightiest, towering over the greatest.
And it does have, I think, one of the greatest film themes that's ever been written. I love the theme music to this.
I can't actually remember it offhand. Well, that's one I definitely need to watch.
You've got to.
Stanley Baker as well, bloody hell, I thought he only did the Hogmanay shows in Scotland. I can't even remember him being in it, to be honest with you.
He's the main guy, John Chard, Lieutenant John Chard.
Sorry, you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking he's Stanley Baxter. I'm getting. He is a Scottish comedian, so that's nice. I couldn't remember him being in it. What the hell?
Oh, brilliant! That's made my night. That
maybe it was the remake I saw with Stanley Baxter. I don't know.
Yeah, the Stanley Baxter remake. Yeah, that would have to be seen to be believed.
I'm sure Michael Caine would be pissed off because I noticed his name is a bit smaller. You notice that?
I think this was one of his first films.
I was very young looking at that point, wasn't it?
Oh yeah.
It's
If it
better than
wasn't,
the Michael Caine film I watched the other day. Let's put it that way: The Muppets Christmas Carol.
oh god, that's setting the bar very, very low indeed. Yeah.
Cross that off my list then.
The only thing, if I dare actually go back to the film for a second, the only thing about the film that, I'm glad they put it in. It always makes me wish that it had happened. At the end, when the Zulus come back and they're saluting them after being defeated, that didn't happen. That was just added into the film. But I was always impressed by the fact that they actually got Chief Buthelezi himself to play the part of the Zulu king. So he was playing the part of his grandfather. Which, considering, I say, it's a film about a battle that the Zulus lost, it was quite a surprise, but a pleasant surprise that he was involved in it.
Yeah, we appear to have lost Alan. Oh, no, there he is.
So just getting a dog onto the street there. No, great one. Good choice.
Yeah, it is a classic film. It's one of them ones with big sweeping camera spans. You know, a lot of terrain and scenic views. It's a classic.
Yeah, it's one of these early films that it's epic. Just the sheer scale of it. And it's something you maybe got that way like Ben Hur and that kind of stuff as well, but you don't get that nowadays. You never come out of watching an Avengers film thinking, "Oh, that was epic." Blue screen, you know what I mean? CGI.
Yeah, it's like you were saying at the start. Yeah, no CGI. They were all Zulus playing extras. A lot. And yeah, it must have had literally thousands of them.
Wait till you see the whites of their eyes, man.
Although that line is never actually spoken, is it?
I don't know, isn't it? I can't remember.
No, that line never appears.
What about, I only told you to blow the bloody doors off.
Yeah, that's a different film, Al.
Yeah, very, very, very different film. That's the Italian job.
Let's move on.
He's saying that to Benny Hill, who wasn't known for appearing in Zulu. Yeah, he was in the Stanley Baxter remake as well, yeah.
Oh, the chase scene at the end of that one.
I'll tell you, if you thought you were getting it bad about Oxygen 6, God, fucking hell.
Right, moving on. Right, my number two, a film. When did it come out? I'm not even going to be. I've got the film poster up here. When did it come out? I don't know when it came out. Let me have a quick little look. This was a film rated IMDb. Let's have a look. This was a film that I went to see with my mum and dad. Oh, there we go. It came out in 1981, and part of the reason that I wanted to see it, or my dad wanted to see it, was because my dad and I were massive fans of the subject matter, athletics, and it was Chariots of Fire. By who actually produced it again? That was Ben Cross, Nigel Havers. What was the name of the guy that produced it?
I thought the director was someone like David Putnam.
David Putnam, that's right, yeah. And obviously it's got the music by Vangelis, right? I better actually share it. There we go. Pretty dodgy looking quality of it, but I think that's the original. Poster. But yeah,
I've got a couple of posters like that.
We all have. Yeah.
What do I like about it? It's based on a true story. I have got a thing for true stories because it's one thing watching a film that's purely fiction, but when you think, fucking hell, that actually happened, and it's a tale of, I suppose it's a man who's standing by his morals, and ultimately it kind of comes good in the end. But I just think, being a big fan of athletics, I mean, I was, I grew up in the sort of like the 70s, and I used to love sitting watching the athletics on a Friday night, live from Crystal Palace, and your Sebastian Coes and all that, going for the world mile record. So I've always been a big fan. I used to love watching sport with my dad, snooker as well, and Yeah, I just think it's a really inspiring tale, and it's the music. I get hairs in the back of my neck every time I hear that tune. Great, I love it. Really, really do love it.
I've never seen it.
Any particular reason? Just not.
Any particular reason? I'm not an athletics fan, so that certainly didn't help. But looking at that film poster, there is something on there that makes me think maybe I should watch it, which is that Ian Holm is in it. And I'm a big fan of Ian Holm, and I had no idea he was in this. So I think I will be seeing this fairly soon.
It's a great film. It really is. I mean, it could be based on boxing. It could be based on darts. It could be based on anything. It's it's a nice snapshot of kind of history. But yeah, it's epic. What about yourself?
I mean, oh god.
Sorry, Lukozer.
I was just going to say I've seen clips of it because the clip I've seen most is the one everyone knows where they're doing the race around the quadrangle in is it Oxford they were racing or was it Cambridge?
Oh, aye. They're going for the before the bell.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently, again, that was all based on fact. Quite funny when you watch it now, and like they're the guy who won the winning time would be like 10.6 seconds. Which you wouldn't even get selected for the Olympic team nowadays. You know what I mean?
No, so you wouldn't even make it. If you're talking 100 meters, yeah, you wouldn't get past the heats.
Yeah, I mean,
I must admit, the Olympics is the one time I do watch athletics. Although there are a lot of other Olympic sports I prefer.
Well, there is the Olympics. I mean, it was Olympics in Paris.
Yeah, was it 1924, was it, or something?
I think it was, yeah. I mean, I can see spoilers. Basically, Ian Charleston plays the part of Eric Liddell, and he's a missionary, and he's got his beliefs, and then he finds out that his event is 100 meters, and then he finds out that the qualifying is on a Sunday, and he refuses to take part. And then he ends up doing another. Well, a spoiler. He ends up doing another event that they say he can. Of course, the whole British establishment are astounded. How he can pull out, and then even the king himself wants to meet him. And he says, "Are you really that stupid?" And he absolutely stands by. He stands by his beliefs. So I'm really sorry. I'm not going to do it. And then eventually give him another discipline to take part in, which he then wins. So it's a lovely tale. Definitely, I absolutely recommend you watch it.
I'm trying to work out whether I've actually seen it or not. Now, this is the one about Roger Bannister and the Dream Mile, isn't it? The 4-minute mile?
No,
it's not. I know the music. I know the clips around the track. Maybe I haven't seen this one then. But yeah, I'm well aware of the music.
We'll play Hypersports.
Martin Galway does. If you look down there, it does see music by Martin Galway, based on the original by Martin Galway.
I don't know if I've seen this or not, but I might have done, because if I haven't, I've seen a lot of clips of it.
Yeah, and of course Ben Cross, who plays the other sort of main role, he passed away. I think it was it this year or last year? I think it was.
I'm not sure. I only know Nigel Havers is in it. I don't know who he plays. I keep thinking, is Chris Chataway one of the characters, or was he much later as well? Cause I think he was running around the same time as Roger Bannister, wasn't he? So that's about 20 years later or so, isn't it?
It was. It wasn't that these guys did a particularly fast time. It was more the fact that, but some of the acting is just phenomenal. I mean, what does it say? The best supporting actor, Ian Holm. Yep, screen. You've got to watch it. You've absolutely got to go and see it. Or you'll struggle to go and see it in the cinema now, right enough. But it's an absolutely epic film. That's my number 2, Chariots of Fire.
Yeah, it's a fair choice. I mean, I know it's supposed to be a good film. I can't remember if I've seen it or not, which leads me to believe I probably haven't.
Yeah,
you would remember it. And actually, one of a guy that my auntie used to work with in British Gas, he plays the part of a French runner in the Olympic final.
How about that?
There you go.
Right, well, my second choice, my number 9, for the sake of continuity, as Chris said, is the most recent film on my list from 1994. It's, in my opinion, a masterpiece of cinematography, based on a book by Stephen King, starring Tim Robbins and Morgan Freeman. It's The Shawshank Redemption. It's just one of those films. I should move my mouse out of the way. There we go. It's just one of them films that's got a bit of everything. It's it has you on the edge of your seat in places. Really makes you feel for the character, and it's like the actual end of the film when Morgan Freeman's character catches up with Tim Robbins' character again. You actually feel a sense of relief and joy for Morgan Freeman's character, Red, when he actually gets to the end of the film, because the film it's like 3 hours long.
Yeah, it's a long old one.
And it's set over the space of something like 20 or 30 years or whatever it is, when they're in the prison. And you know, when it all comes to a conclusion at the end, it actually does give you a euphoric feeling of joy that these two guys have managed to meet up again after everything that's happened. But it's great. I mean, the way Andy Dufresne, Tim Robbins' character, totally stitches up the dodgy warden.
Yeah, it's such a satisfying ending now, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Clancy Brown, the guy that played the Kurgan in Highlander and also played Mr. Krabs in SpongeBob, plays the big hard warden in it. It's a great film. I think it's one of the last great films to come out of Hollywood.
No arguments in that score. I mean, I think it's fair to say, I mean, that was one that I definitely thought about. If you ask 100 people what's your favourite film, I would bet my money that probably 30-40% at least would pick that as their favourite ever film. I've certainly seen it in a lot of these, you know, these sort of Facebook things. Favourite film. It's an epic film. The only slight thing is, you so want that to be a true story. You'd love that to be a true story.
You would.
And when it came out, it flopped. It was a commercial disaster when it was, its theatrical release. It was only like years later it started gaining its. Well, originally it was just like more of a sort of cult status, and now it has become a massive film, and it's gone way beyond just having a cult following.
Well, I remember, I suppose not long when he was getting on towards finishing school, my oldest boy, me and him, I work nights, I used to have Friday nights off, and the missus used to go to bed, and me and him would sit down and have a movie night. And we watched this, and this instantly became his favourite film, alongside Transformers the movie from 1986. No, not the new one. And he says this might not be his favourite film anymore, but it's probably one of the best films he's ever seen. And it is. It's a very strong film.
You get a lot of people who always. It's always the comparison, just because they were both written by the same bloke, both Stephen King. It's always right. Which do you prefer, Shawshank Redemption or The Green Mile? But really, they are two totally different films for me. I mean, okay, they're set in a prison, and they're both written by Stephen King, but that's it as far as the similarities go. So I've never really understood the whole, comparison between those two films. Like, which camp are you in? Are you in the Green Mile camp or the Shawshank camp? What?
I wouldn't be able to choose, and do you know why? I've never seen the Green Mile.
Oh, I'm a big fan of the Green Mile, and if I was to be honest, I probably prefer the Green Mile to this. But that does not mean that I don't rate this film. Far from it. But I do think the Green Mile edges it.
I think I've got it on DVD. I've just never got around to watching it.
Oh, it's absolutely worth watching. It is a great film, but it's totally different to this. All those comparisons, ignore them.
Mm-hmm. It's one of these films. I mean, if you looked at that film, if you look at that film poster, nothing. It certainly wouldn't grab you. even if you told the story, it sounds like that's dull. But it's all about having strong characters and having a really cleverly interwoven sort of plot. And I think that's what makes it. And as you say, the ending is just like the best ending ever.
The only thing that lets the film down is how did Andy Dufresne stick the poster back down once he was in the tunnel? Other than that, it's absolutely brilliant.
It was the key grip that did that. Don't be stupid. Yeah,
That's it. That's my number 9.
Awesome film. Yep, fantastic.
I guess that means it's back to me for my number 8. Now, this is a film that I was going to leave out, which means I think you two maybe expect or know what it is, because we did mention it when we were doing the chat about this a couple of days ago. Because I did want to make it just films that had a theatrical release, not a film that was made for television or was released straight to DVD or whatever. But in the case of this, I will make an exception because it is that good. Made in 1971, starring Dennis Weaver, and directed by Steven Spielberg. I nearly said Stephen King then. Directed by Steven Spielberg. His first film, Duel. I'll let you two talk about that first before I add my bit.
Well, I'll get in early again. It's not one I've seen.
It's a great film. It's basically, well, you've pretty much got one actor, just Dennis Weaver. I mean, the other actor is pretty much a lorry driver's arm.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty brave in how they went about doing it. You watch the whole thing and you never find out who it is that's driving the truck. You're given some visual clues, and if you look on YouTube, there are all sorts of videos. They were saying this is the bloke who was driving the truck and all that, because you get the scene where he stops at the truck stop, not necessarily by choice, but he stops there. He sees the legs of the truck driver, but that's it. And then of course he's looking in the like the bar or whatever. Everyone is wearing the jeans and cowboy boots that the truck driver was wearing, so you still haven't got a clue who it is. You have seen it. For a film that has, say, one main actor, very little dialogue, and yet there is still more character development, more story development, and it keeps you sort of like, absolutely enthralled more than any film that has been made made this century. I mean, it is pretty ludicrous. It was made on an absolutely threadbare budget, has 1 star, and it just pisses over everything that's been made, in the last 20 years.
You know what? There's a bit of comparison between films and video games. I mean, early video games, the graphics were shit, and it was about gameplay and your imagination. And nowadays, you've got stuff like Avengers. I don't even know what the hell they're called. It's all just about, and it just completely washes over you. And after 5 minutes of coming out the cinema, you've completely forgotten all about it. Whereas back then, it was all about just getting a plot and strong character base, and less is more. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Well, this absolutely applies to the less is more thing. And if you watch Jaws after watching this, you can see where Spielberg has continued to use all the same sort of like filming techniques that he used for this thing. He used them all again in Jaws. Which is a good thing. I mean, it worked in this. It worked really well in this. So of course he would use them all again.
Yeah, so I was just about to say. And then Spielberg turned the truck into a great white shark. It is, as you say, it's a continuation of a theme.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Is it classed as a horror film? Well, not horror, but
No, not really. I mean, when it came out, we can see on the poster there, it was released as a double A. I mean, in the early 70s, if it was a horror film, it was going to be rated X. You know, you didn't get horror films with just double A certificates.
Yeah, if anything, I'd say that was. How'd you put a label on Jill?
Yeah, exactly. It's really hard to actually define what genre of film it is.
Action psychological thriller with lorries.
Yeah, there's certainly the psychological side to it. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
that's another one I'm looking forward to. Well, I know what I'm going to be doing over the next 10 days when I'm off.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this did end up being shown at cinemas though, at some point.
Okay, I don't know if it was shown at one. I know it was initially made for television, but it could well have been shown at cinemas eventually. Especially once Spielberg became like a big name, it could have had like a redistribution throughout cinemas there. It certainly deserves it. I mean, I can imagine seeing this on the big screen. Yeah, that would have looked fucking great.
Yeah, I mean, I remember sitting watching this with my dad when I was little, because obviously it's not so there's no gore in it. It's there is a bit of there is quite a lot of tension. When the lorry's coming up behind him and he's like, is he going to get rammed off the road or whatever? But it wasn't. It's not a film you can't show children. I mean, when I say child, I'm talking sort of 8, 9, 10 years old. I'm not not like a tiddler.
No.
But yeah, as I remember, the scoring on this was pretty solid as well, and all the sound effects and that.
They all work well.
Tired. Yeah.
Especially at the end, the music you get during the final scene and during the credits. Well, actually, I think during the credits it's silent, but it does suit it absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, I know, it's a great film.
Nice.
So there you go, that is my number 8.
I'm looking forward to seeing, yeah, brilliant. Take that off. Right, sticking, we're sticking with sort of horror films. This was a film, I don't know when it came out, it doesn't really matter when it came out. It was it early 80s, late 70s, early 80s. It was a film I saw, Christ, I must have been about 10 years old, and suffice to say, it absolutely fucking traumatised me.
Black and white, then, is it?
Sorry?
It's in black and white, then.
It's silent, yeah. It absolutely traumatised me for, I would say, a couple of years. And it's, in my mind, I'm not a horror film fan, but in my mind, it's probably the best horror film ever made, and it's Halloween. I just think it's I mean, it's obviously nowadays, it's there's been various remakes, and you've got these really annoying kids and that kind of stuff, and there's some really annoying kind of Scooby-Doo type kids that appear in the film, but the actual, I think he's referred to as the Shape. It's less is more. I mean, the more modern versions of this, you get to see him all the time, and it spoils it. But in this one, you'd never seen anything like this before, and he's just absolutely fucking terrifying. The music is just to die for. And is it Donald Pleasance? I think it is. It's brilliant. It's a brilliantly put together film. I think it's awesome. My favourite horror film. I know you're a big horror film buff, Lukozer.
Yeah, I love my horror films, and yet there's surprisingly few of them in my list. John Carpenter directed. It's got Donald Pleasance in it. It's not going to fail, is it? I think this was the film that started the whole slasher genre, wasn't it? This one. I must admit, I do prefer the Friday the 13th series to the Halloween series, but we're not talking about series, we're just talking about the one film. This is easily the best of them. when you consider when it came out, John Carpenter hadn't done a hell of a lot. I think this was this his second or third film he'd done? No one knows. Right. But either way, he didn't exactly have a particularly large sort of like back catalogue there to go through. But this, I think, still remains to this day the archetypal John Carpenter film. Modern audiences, I think, will hate it because they want all the action, all straight away, all constant, and this has pretty much none. It's very, very slow paced. But that is something that I really like about John Carpenter's films, or at least I did when he could still make decent films, which unfortunately he hasn't done for a long time. So yeah, I'm a big fan of this.
Yeah, I'm not a massive horror film fan, truth be told, but there's a lot of ones that I like. Halloween, Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street. The first in each of those series are really good films, and this is no exception. I've often wondered, I mean, he must have said, I'm going to have to Google it, I've often wondered what William Shatner thought of them using a William Shatner mask painted white as the shape's face. Yeah. But it's a Captain Kirk mask.
Yeah.
And I've often wondered what William Shatner thought of that. When you consider what is it Michael Myers his name is has got up to in the course of the films as they went on. Like the films have got progressively worse, but he still had that same mask on. Mm.
Yeah, actually, thinking about it, knowing William Shatner, he probably thinks he's fucking great, you know.
I remember eagerly, that's the wrong word, after the film ended, I was desperate to see who played the character, just so I kind of knew in myself that it was just Kid On. But I would say easily probably a couple of years, I was terrified in my bed. I just kept expecting the door was to open and there's Michael Myers standing there. And the fact that he never speaks, I mean, I think in some of the later ones he even talks and all that now, and it's just, they've tried to kind of revisit it, but it's a perfect example of the original was the best.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's my last choice, and back to yourself, Panther.
Right. Well, you'll have to just try not to look at the picture. Right. This is the only
Actually, before you introduce it, can I just say, after that build-up, that was the last film I was expecting to see come up there.
Oh, the Halloween one?
Yeah. I thought, right, it's going to be one of two, and it was neither of them. Anyway, yeah, right, go on.
Right, good.
Right, I've mostly gone for what would considered to be blockbusters of the newer films that I've picked. But when I was going through films that I actually like watching and that I can watch time and time again that never get boring, I drifted back to 1987 and a B movie that was made on next to fuck all budget. In fact, it had so little a budget that when they were doing the muzzle flashes for the guns, Peter Jackson had to go back through the film negatives and actually put scratches on the film because they didn't have the money to use fake ammo and fake muzzle flash. So the film I'm talking about is Peter Jackson's first film, Bad Taste. Have either of you seen it, first off?
Yeah.
I've seen it, yeah. Many moons ago.
Yeah, it was a very long time. I was still at school when I saw this.
I mean, it's ridiculous. You've got an alien invasion of the town of Kaihora in New Zealand. And they're harvesting people for food. They're basically, the humans are the new number one thing on the menu in space. And I mean, some of the things that happen in this film, some guy gets the top of his head cut off, and then one of Peter Jackson plays 3 or 4 different characters in this. He's sitting there with a spoon, scooping his brains out and eating as it's blood spraying everywhere. Some guy has to drink a bowl of alien sick after some guy's chucked it up into a big bowl. And he comes back out and he says to his mate, "You never guess what I had to do." And his mate goes, "Did you have to drink some chuck?" And that line always absolutely kills me. It's absolutely disgusting, but it's so funny. And it's just got all these great stupid lines in it. Like they're having a fight with these two aliens, and one of the hero characters called Oz rips this guy's head off, and his spine comes out with it, and he goes, "Geez, these guys come to bits easy." It's absolutely ridiculous, and one of the most stupid films you'll ever see. But it's got so much love and attention thrown into it. Like I say, right down to the fact that Peter Jackson sat through the night scratching muzzle flashes onto the film, so they could do it. Because basically, what the guys were doing, they had these fake guns, and they were standing there going like that in the film. And then afterwards, they've put all the After Effects on, but the After Effects was literally a pin and a white bit of card underneath, so they could see what they was doing. But yeah, it's a great film made on next to no money. I mean, when you watch the credits of the film, right, you got Mike Minnitt. And I think Terry Potter as well come up a lot in the credits as the best boy was also like the actor, and the key grip was also the cameraman. There's very few names in the credits afterwards. But if it weren't for this, you wouldn't have a lot of the films that Peter Jackson did do well.
Yeah.
As he went on with his career. Let's not mention The Hobbit, eh?
Yeah, we'll forget that. I remember seeing this. Like I say, I was still at school when I saw this, and I can barely remember it. I do remember thinking it was fucking funny. It's definitely a film that I need to see again. Yeah, I mean it's right up my street. The sort of like gross out. Well, as the title says, bad taste humour. That is absolutely my sort of thing. So it's definitely one I've got to see again. Yeah, pretty sharpish, I think.
Well, it's got one of the best lines ever in film in it, which is where Peter Jackson's other character Derek is standing on the top of this cliff. And he's on the radio, and he goes, "I think I can see him coming, boys." And they're going, "Get out of there, Derek, get away." And he goes, "I can't do that. I'm a Derek, and Dereks don't run." Then he falls off a cliff, and his brains get smashed out. And he ends up having to poke a bit of brain back in the back of his head and tie his head up with his belt.
Okay, Panther, when did you last see this, and how many times have you seen it? Because I'm astounded at your memory. I could watch a film 5 times and I completely forget what happens, and that's why I know I've enjoyed it. I mean, I'm impressed with the fact that you've got all these lines. When did you last see it?
I probably last saw it a couple of years ago.
Fairly recently.
Yeah, and I have seen it a lot, and it is one of my favourites. I'm surprised I didn't put it higher up the list. I was saying that I haven't really put them in order until you get sort of like to the top 3.
I might not in any order at all.
But I absolutely love this film, mate.
Back in the 80s, it was a Wednesday night. We would go to my mate Grant's house, and it was video night, or we call it lads night, and we always just watched a video. And he used to hire all these obscure films, and he put this on. And I think if you show this now to the sort of modern audience, they'd probably think it was crap, because they've just been reared on The Walking Dead, and it's just kind of out there now. And but when this came out, you said, was it 1989? It was
87.
87. I remember the only scene I've only seen it once. But the fact that I can even remember one bit of it is quite surprising. Is there not one bit where there's like a woman is going up the stairs and she's like mutating or something?
I think you might be thinking of the bit at the end. Derek's character jumps out of jumps off the top of a staircase onto the head of one of these monsters with a chainsaw and cuts his way through, utters the immortal line on the way down, "Suck my spinning steel, shithead," right? And then cuts his way out the bottom of this monster and says, "I'm born again." So you might be thinking of that bit.
No, but I just remember this bit with the stairs. But yeah, I remember thinking, what the fuck? And, you know, I'm not a big horror fan, and I kind of didn't know whether it was... I was kind of like almost kind of hiding behind the set. Oh, is it going to be scary? And it's not scary at all. It's just ridiculous. But the fact that it's all done, they probably used melons and they probably had real sheep guts and, you know, jelly and that, and it was all real proper things. Whereas if that was made now, it would just be CGI and it just would lose it. It was just ridiculous. It just took, before this came out, you know, blood and guts weren't really a thing.
Well, I mean, Peter Jackson knocked it up another notch. His film that followed this, Brain Dead. There's a scene in that people are getting infected and turning into like zombies. And there's a scene in that where this house is being attacked by zombies, and the only thing the hero character's got in that is a rotary lawnmower, and he's going through the air, and I've never seen so much blood and guts in a film. And I've seen Carrie, you know what I mean? There was so much blood in it. But yeah, I think this comes under it's like a tongue-in-cheek sci-fi horror comedy. Really, it's got a bit of everything in it. I mean, at the end, you've got a house that takes off as a spaceship, and all the lawns are rolling up and being dragged in before it launches. It's absolutely nuts. Yeah. How Peter Jackson became a top-tier Hollywood director after this, I'll never know, but I absolutely love this film.
Yeah, it's a fantastic journey. Good choice, yep.
Right, so we're on to number 7 then, yeah?
Yeah.
Right. Well, this one, okay, the last 2 films have been horrors. Admittedly, one was horror comedy crossover, so we might as well carry on with the horror theme. This is another horror crossover, but it's not comedy. It's horror and science fiction. From a director we've already had tonight, from John Carpenter. They probably got a pretty good idea what this is going to be, if I just remember to actually bring the shared screen up. From 1982, The Thing. This really was, although, well, okay, let's say, yes, this was a real special effects extravaganza, but this film is far more than just the special effects. But Rob Bottin was the man responsible for the effects here, and he pulled out all the stops for this one. So let's ask the obvious question. Have you two seen this?
Oh, yes.
I think I've seen it once, but it's a film I really need to watch again.
I've long since lost count how many times I've seen this. For me, this is John Carpenter's best film, and by quite a distance. If you like, okay, like I say, it's far more than just the special effects. The storyline, the sense of total isolation, because of course it's set in Antarctic research base, and you know the total paranoia of all of the cast, because no one knows, you know, any of them could be the alien creature. They haven't got a clue who it could be. For a long time, they don't even have a way of being able to tell who it is, you know, and it really does keep you in suspense the whole time. And if you are a horror fan and you do like your gory effects, then yeah, this is certainly up your street. It is... I certainly think this is the best science fiction horror crossover by a long way. So I would rate this higher than Alien, and I'm a big fan of Alien. So you know that says more about how good this is than how bad Alien is. Alien is not a bad film. Mm-hmm. And yeah, for me, it's John Carpenter's masterpiece.
It's a great film. I've not seen the prequel they made, and I've since been told by a few people don't bother.
Yeah, don't.
But the film this is based on, the original, The Thing from Outer Space.
It's The Thing from Another World.
Thing from Another World.
Yeah.
That's a great film as well. That's a 1951-ish. Well, it's considered a B movie, isn't it? But that's a great film as well. But this, I remember the first time I saw this. I mean, I'm not really a horror fan, and this comes more into the sci-fi horror thing, which I'm not so bad about, unless it's the film Event Horizon, which gives me nightmares. Right, but
Okay.
there's bits in this film, the bit where the guy hands go in the stomach and they get bitten off, right? That always makes me jump. And the bit where they're testing the blood samples towards the end, even though I know exactly which petri dish they're going to put the hot wire in, I still jump out of my fucking skin when it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I've only seen it the once, but I remember really enjoying it. And you think, well, if you enjoyed it that much, why haven't you watched it again? It's just purely and simply because there's so many films. But I'm absolutely going to watch every single film that we feature tonight, unless any of you guys pick the latest Avengers film. But I remember at the time.
Have you got something against the Avengers? You do like using that as your example of shit films.
It's absolutely shit. biggest crap franchise ever. Even though it was filmed in the Waverley Station in Edinburgh, and it features a kebab shop, which is actually quite good. But this is I don't remember much about it other than the kind of when it turns into a kind of dog in the cage thing. But it was another film that we watched on our lads' night. Fantastic film.
I mean that dog scene, because of course up until then it had been relatively sort of innocuous, and then you get the dog scene in the kennel, and it's just like, what the fuck is going on here? You know, and that actually was some effects that Rob Bottin didn't do. I forget who it was. It was like his understudy. For some reason, Rob Bottin wasn't available for the shoot at that time. So this, it was a bit like his protege. I can't remember his fucking name now. And he came along and designed the dog thing and did that entire scene. And he was really worried about it because he was thinking, is Rob going to think it's all right or anything? And when Rob saw it, he was just like, fucking yes, this is absolutely perfect. Which is high praise coming from him.
And again, I think what makes these kind of classic horror films so memorable is it was probably like they probably used like bloody plaster scene and all that kind of stuff, and just to make it, stop motion animation.
There is not a single CGI scene in the entire film. There, I think there is some stop motion use. Famously, there was a particular scene towards the end that used stop motion with the Wilfrid Bramble creature, and John Carpenter decided no, he didn't like it. It wasn't working, and it all got cut out. So they had to quickly come up with a new idea for the final creature in it, which wasn't using stop motion, or at least not completely. You can see there are bits of it which were taken from the original cut, but yeah, that was it. The rest of it, it's actual live action as you are seeing it in the film.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're never going to forget that spidery head either, are you?
Yeah, that was fantastic, wasn't it? You've got to be fucking kidding.
I think the film poster says it all: ultimate in alien horror or alien terror. Though, as you say, I think Alien would, go and watch them both.
Well, I forget the name of the woman who did it, but when she came up with that particular film poster, she hadn't seen the film. It was described to her, and that's what she came up with. And of course, it's nothing like anything that happens in the film. And she even admitted it. She said, "Well, I gave it a go. It's not great, but John Carpenter's just carried on using it."
Have you seen the spoof send up of this film, the stuff.
Yes, yeah, with the yogurt and that, yeah.
It's like a cross between this and the Blob, innit?
Yeah, it's very stupid, but yeah, it doesn't suffer from it.
I remember my dad getting it out on video rental when me and my brother were kids, and me and my brother, I mean, it was a sort of mid-80s thing. It was only made a couple of years after this was, and I remember how upset me and my brother were that the black guy in the film Chocolate Chip Charlie, his name was.
Yeah.
When he gets killed, me and my brother was so upset because he was brilliant. He was like the best character in it, and then that's when you realise that no one in the film is safe. But it was so stupid. It was brilliant.
Yeah. And infinitely better than the prequel that was made to this. So yeah, if you want to see, an alternative version of this thing, yeah, go and watch the stuff. Forget the 2011 prequel.
I think as well, what kind of made it slightly unusual is, I mean, Kurt Russell's not really a guy you associate with sort of horror. And having him
well, he was a bit of a sort of John Carpenter mainstay, wasn't he? I mean, he appeared in plenty of John Carpenter films. As did Donald Pleasance, who was supposed to be appearing in this, and I can't remember what the reason was, but he couldn't make it. So that was when they then brought in Wilford Bramble. Not Wilford Bramble, what am I talking about? He's fucking Steptoe and Son, isn't he? Wilford Brimley, that's it. Fucking hell.
That's your Stanley Baxter sort, isn't it?
Yeah, there you go. I can't mention the Stanley Baxter anymore, no.
Arrow, the thing, Arrow.
I thought you said Wilfred Bramble earlier. I must have misheard him.
Yeah. There you go. I'm fucking great with names, mate. You're forgiven your Stanley Baxter thing.
You dirty old man.
Touché. Anyway, great one. Yep, fantastic. Right, let's remove that. Right, no, I'll not include that one at the moment. Right, my next one. I'll get that in here. It's I've got Wikipedia up, so it must be true. It came out. I think this is my oldest film. I think earliest film. I was 16 when it came out. It came out in 1969. Directed by Ken Loach, and I'm sure you've already guessed what it is. A film I saw years and years and years ago, and it was based on a book by Barry Hines called A Kestrel for a Knave, and it is Kes, or Kes, I don't know, whatever it is. As it says here, he lies, cheats, steals, but has learned to survive. Any film that's got, what's his face, what the bloody hell's his name, Brian Glover, and it's got to be worth a watch. It's a simple film made in, a really kind of dirty time in the UK. Everybody was skint. Brilliant acting. I mean, it's quite a brutal film. I mean, the poor laddie gets kind of beaten up with his brother, and almost, well, I'll not tell you what happens at the end, but I mean, there's a lot of emotions, and I mean, I think the fact that you see this young little boy who nobody gives a shit about, he gets picked on, he gets bullied, and he establishes this really quite a sort of beautiful relationship with a bird. I suppose you could almost say it's like the live action version of the Snowman, because it kind of ends on a low. But it's a wonderful film.
Does it ever? God.
Not seen it for a few years, but I love it. Have you guys? I take it you guys have both seen it at some point.
I've seen it, yeah.
I love Ken Loach films. I'm a big fan of him, not least because of his politics. And I love Brian Glover. I've not seen it.
You've never seen it? Oh, you need to rectify that. Wait a minute.
Yeah, you want to put that on the list with Enter the Dragon and the other one. It's a really good film. It's proper. It's a proper British film. So it's dull looking. It's grim. It's gritty.
Oh, it's archetypal Ken Loach there. No,
yeah, it is.
Well, imagine.
Loach, yeah.
And it was before films were like 3 hours long. It's 112 minutes. I mean, other people has got David Bradley. I'm not sure what part he plays. Freddie Fletcher, Lynn Perry, was it Ivy Tilsley? Was it out of Coronation Street? Colin Welland, Brian Glover. But
Colin Welland's Ian Lowe from Z Cars. Yeah, it was Z Cars he was in, wasn't it?
Mm. But it's as Panther said, it's a real early. I mean, I love British films generally. I really enjoy them. There's not a lot of money. I mean, I can imagine it must have been made on I don't know what the budget for it would have been. Probably not very much. I don't know if this was Ken Loach's first film or not. I'm really not too sure.
When did this come out?
1969.
No, I'm sure he'd done some before 69.
But
I only really know this film originally because along with Shane and Of Mice and Men, this was one of the books we had to do in 4th and 5th year English at school.
Yeah.
And it was the book's a good hard hitting read. And I don't know if the film is based on the book or vice versa. I don't know which came first. But
the book, I'm pretty sure, came first.
Right. Yeah, it's just as harrowing a tale for the poor lad as it is in the film. And I've got to say, from what I remembered of the book when I read it, I saw the film a couple of years later. They pretty much nailed all the characters as you would picture them. So if I was to read the book now, my little sort of mind film going on as I'm reading, I'd be seeing the actors that are in the film playing the parts in my head. That's how good a film it was and is.
Yeah, it's definitely a classic. You definitely need to watch that, Mr. L.
Mm.
So that is my whatever it is choice. That's Kess.
Right, the next film on my list. If you tell me you haven't seen it, I'm going to tell you you're a fucking liar. Right, for a start. Right.
You'll be surprised.
It stars Harrison Ford, Mark Hamill, and Carrie Fisher. It's called Star Wars. No episodes, no nothing. It's just simply called Star Wars.
Yeah.
From 1977 by George Lucas.
Yeah, and that is the only title it has.
What a film. When it come out, the actors didn't believe in it. George Lucas had stopped believing in it. And as shit as it's become now with the latest film, some of the series are supposed to be pretty good. I haven't watched many of them. As crap as it's become now with the films, this film and the one that came straight after it are two of the best sci-fi fantasy films ever made. And by all rights, they shouldn't really have happened because Alec Guinness puts in an absolutely brilliant turn as Obi-Wan Kenobi in both of those films. And he confessed himself while he was alive, when they were filming Star Wars in 1976 at Pinewood, he didn't have a fucking clue what he was doing. He was just going, all right, I'll just follow the script and the direction, which is something he was good at. And the rest is history. I mean, it's everyone. If you don't know this film, you're obviously from another planet.
Well, I'm just going to interject quickly and tell you that's on my list, but I'm going to pick my poster because it's better than yours.
Mine's the actual original movie poster.
Yeah.
Is it? Is that so? That was the original, and then
I went out of my way to find that one.
Go on, then we'll stick yours in.
Yeah, your one says Academy Awards and all that on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like that story about Alec Guinness. He had nothing but contempt for the script. He hated it. He thought he was just talking absolute bollocks, which, to be honest, he was for a lot of it, you know. But I remember when I saw this, because I think it came over here in 78, didn't it? I know it was released in 77, but I don't think it got to the UK until 78. It wasn't the first film I saw at the cinema, but it was one of the first, and it just fucking blew me away. I mean, 78, I was 6 years old, and it was, well, I'd say it was like nothing I had seen in my life, but I'd only been around for 6 years. But then it was like nothing anybody had seen in their lives at the time.
Yeah. The thing is, I think all of us, I mean, all right, I know Al's like 5 years older than me and you. We won't dwell on it, Al, don't worry. But between the ages of five to sort of 12 is like the ripe for picking age for this film.
Yeah.
I mean, I had Star Wars socks, I had Star Wars pants, I had a Star Wars lunchbox, I had Star Wars toys, I had Star Wars pajamas, I had Star Wars books, pencils, writing pads. I had everything that had fucking Star Wars printed on it.
Yeah, same here.
I never saw it at the cinema. The first film I saw at the cinema was Flash Gordon 2 years later.
Oh,
This was one of the first pirated videos my dad got from the place where he used to get petrol for his car. Some garage had an under the counter pirate video place, and they were always good copies. And seeing Star Wars like that, I when I was I think I must have been about 12. I had a really bad chest infection, and I was off school for about 3 weeks, and I was old enough for my mum to still go to work, and I could stay myself. And I think I watched this film every day for 3 weeks, barring the weekends. So that's like 15 times in 3 weeks, because I absolutely loved the first film. This one and Empire. Don't mind Jedi. After that, I'm not really worried about it anymore. Star Wars to me is 3 films.
I mean, to be honest, I prefer Empire. There's not much in it, but I do prefer Empire Strikes Back. But for me, it's just those two. I didn't like Return of the Jedi. I didn't even... it was 83, I think, wasn't it, when Return of the Jedi came out? And I was taken to see that by my mum, and I didn't rate it even then. So it's not like, I've gone off it over the years. I didn't rate it the first time I saw it. But, I mean, it's not the kind of science fiction that I particularly like, especially not these days. This, to me, it's like pure escapism. In fact, if you want to really sort of delve into it, it's essentially a Western in space, isn't it? Yeah. But there is just something about it, even though it is totally unlike the kind of sci-fi that I would much rather watch. The Star Wars fans make me feel absolute contempt for the fact that it exists, but you can't say Star Wars is not a great film, can you?
No, not at all.
No, I mean, I've just to kind of pick up what you guys have said. I remember, when it first came out, I remember me and my sister, we need to go to the pictures to see it. And I remember queuing up with my sister, and it was like the queue was round the block. And I'm not a science fiction fan at all, but it was before this came along. I mean, this film. I mean, the opening, it's probably got one of the best openings of any film. The sheer scale of that fucking cruiser thing coming overhead, and then we've kind of mentioned about the scale before. Just phenomenal. The fact that it was made of like washing up liquid bottles and God knows what stuck together. Again, not a bit of CGI in sight. It was phenomenal. Spaceships, robots, Wookiees. There was all these things, and you had the goodies and the baddies, and Darth Vader was just you were terrified of him, and it's just a phenomenal film, absolutely phenomenal. I mean, it's hence the reason it's in my in one of my top ones. But awesome film.
We've recently lost the body of Darth Vader, haven't we? David Prowse passed away a couple of weeks ago. Which is sad.
I got to talk to Greedo. Well, he tells me he's Greedo. He might be a lying bastard. I don't know.
The old Comic-Con things, wasn't it?
Yeah, and again, they wanted £10 for an anecdote, and I'm like, I'm not paying them £10. And I just went up and said, "How you doing?" And he was with the guy that got the stranglehold in the sort of board meeting. Him and Greedo were sitting beside each other, and I just got talking, and I ended up asking him about the Star Wars Holiday Special, and he went, "Oh, George doesn't like to talk about that."
Yeah, it's not hard to see why. Although I would still much rather watch that than either of the last 2 Star Wars films.
Oh, yes.
Well, suffice to say, my girlfriend has never seen any Star Wars films. So says, right, you know what, we need to do it properly. We'll watch the very first one. Was it Attack of the Clones or something? What was it called again?
Phantom Menace. Yeah.
And after an hour, she goes, "Do you mind if we put this off?" I'm like, and I didn't disagree with her.
Yeah, this was the first one.
Yeah.
not fucking Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
I mean, wasn't the entire budget for Star Wars something like £4 million? You
It
try,
wasn't a lot.
I mean, no filmmaker in Hollywood these days would even consider trying to make something on this sort of scale for £4 million. They just laugh at you and say, "Oh, there's no chance." 400 million is more like what they would be expecting nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much the last few cost, but
Yeah, I mean, the catering budget for the last few alone was more than the entire budget for the original Star Wars, wasn't it?
well, the only credit I'd give them for the Force Awakens, when they came back to do that one, there was even though all the ships flying was CGI and that, a lot of the stuff on the ground was practical, was built from scratch, and that's why that film looked as good as it did, because they went the old style of building stuff rather than if there's an overhead Google shot somewhere of the Millennium Falcon where they actually built a full size one on a film lot somewhere, so they didn't have to mess about with green screens and that. They actually built the fucking thing. But yeah, other than that, it was shit.
Yeah, I can't forgive The Force Awakens for wasting Max von Sydow as much as they did. You get an actor of that calibre, and he's in it for 2 minutes before he's killed off. Fuck off.
I think, I mean, we were probably too young to appreciate that, but I think the fact that he picked, apart from, Harrison Ford, he had done a couple of things before that, obviously, Alec Guinness and Peter Cushing, but I mean, I think Luke Skywalker, Carrie Fisher, they were pretty much unknown, I think. Would I be right in saying?
Yeah, I'd say pretty much. I mean, even Harrison Ford, like you say, he'd been in a couple of minor films, but nothing sort of like, big time.
Well, the biggest thing he'd been in was American Graffiti,
American
wasn't
Graffiti,
it?
yeah. Of course, it was another George Lucas film. So, yeah, other than Alec Guinness and Peter Cushing, I don't think there was anyone in it particularly well known. And, okay, people in Britain may know Dave Prowse for being the Green Cross Code Man, but that was probably about it. Because the other story is Carrie Fisher, the one scene that she hated doing when she's brought on the Death Star and brought to Grand Moff Tarkin. I recognise your foul stench when I was brought on board. She hated doing that scene because from the day Peter Cushing arrived, he had been like, the perfect gentleman, and he had essentially he was like her adopted granddad, and now she had to stand there and insult him, and she just absolutely hated doing that scene.
I think one thing that I don't think we've touched on yet, talking about any films, the film score for this, I mean, just John Williams absolutely outdid himself, just phenomenal. The minute, and I mean, we've not had that sheer of joy for a long, long time, but the minute the opening credits start, ta-da, you think, fucking, here we go, Awesome.
I must admit, I don't care about things like film spoilers. I read the script basically to The Force Awakens before I went to see it, because spoilers do not bother me at all. If the film's good enough, it doesn't need surprises to be a good film.
Yeah.
And I must admit, when I hadn't seen a Star Wars film at the cinema before, because I went from Star Wars to Star Trek, and I used to go and see them, and then obviously we didn't have Star Wars for nearly 20 years. So I saw The Force Awakens, and like Al said, when that Lucasfilm comes up and the music starts and it's loud, and yeah, it does make you feel like a child again. It's just unfortunate that they ruined that film by not making Finn the main character, because that's who it should have been about, in my opinion. But there you go.
Yeah. That's for another video, I think.
That's for another video, yeah.
No, absolutely stonewall classic. Good choice. Good choice. Right, remove.
Right, so it's back to me then, is it, for my number 6? Well, this is another Stonewall classic, but this is from a completely different era. So going back to 1933, this is the earliest film on my list. This is a film that basically created an entire genre of films, and if I say it starred Fay Ray, you know it. So, yep, this is, bring up the poster. There you go. King Kong.
And no, before you start, I didn't go to the fucking premiere.
Well,
Okay.
you must see the pre-release, did you?
He was on set when they were filming it, you know.
That gorilla looks mightily familiar. Is that there? Oh, what a classic film.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it was actually considered a horror in those days. I mean, I guess in those days, there wasn't really a sort of like horror genre as such. I mean, okay, we'd had, you know, things like Nosferatu, and I think Karloff's Frankenstein had been done before then, hadn't it?
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah. But, you know, as far as like, you know, actual like out and out horror, I don't think that there really was one. So I guess this would sort of would have come under that, you know, sort of category in those days. Even though when you watch it, it's not really a horror story at all. I mean, if anything, Kong is the main victim in this film. Well, certainly at least as much as Fay Ray is.
It's a love story, really, isn't it?
So, and the thing is, okay, I've already said that special effects aren't that important. You know, if special effects are crap, I don't care. If they're good, yeah, I'll give them their dues. And for 1933, I think the special effects in this film are fucking unbelievable. And I still think they stand up well today. I mean, there's a lot of people who will see them and they're like, that looks shit. I don't agree at all. I can't remember who it was that did the stop motion on Kong. I know that Ray Harryhausen was like his protege sort of thing, and so this was basically the film that Ray Harryhausen sort of works on, or learned from. I think he did work on this, but he wasn't like the main special effects guy for it.
Yeah, I mean,
no one else knows.
No, I don't know, but there's a bit in this film that I always remember seeing when I was a kid that impressed me for the, you know, even when I was a kid in the 80s. You know, the film was like 50 years old, but there's a bit, I can't remember if it's a snake or a lizard, and Kong basically snaps its neck, and all these sort of like muscles and sinews all come out like that, and I was like, I remember turning around to my dad and saying, do you think they killed a real snake to do that? Because it looked like they'd actually got hold of a snake and snapped it open. I mean, they might well have done. I don't know.
They may well have done for 1930s. It's entirely possible.
Yeah, absolutely classic. Again, that was one that I kind of considered. Apparently, I think was it yourself and you Lukozer, I think we're talking about film posters, and I think my mates, I think the original King Kong is, I think, the most expensive film poster.
It's got to be one of them, yeah. If you've got you know, one of the originals from '33, yeah. I suspect though you're not going to get many that are in very good condition.
Yeah,
but yeah, if you've got one, name your price, you know.
Aye, but yeah, I mean, it's as you say, Kong is. I always think if this was based on a true story, and I always think that like the Loch Ness monster, if that is a real thing, and they were to capture it, the same thing would happen. They'd end up killing it, and I mean, it's got obviously a sad ending, and just I mean, I love all the Sinbad films and that the stop motion animation. It's just brilliant. It just. I don't know, you knew it wasn't real. Well, obviously Panther didn't, but you knew it wasn't real. But it was fantastic because it wasn't CGI. It just looked real. Yeah, it was just fantastic. I think they've got a real kind of charm. It's like all these sort of Godzilla films. I love, Godzilla versus whatever it is.
Yeah, I do like all the Gojira films, and of course, if it hadn't been for this, the Gojira films would never have been made.
Yeah. No, it's a brilliant film, and it's I don't really like watching it now because I get quite upset at the ending of it. You know what I mean?
Well,
obviously,
go on.
no, I was going to say, obviously, being that much younger, I couldn't tell whether it was real or not because I was just a babby. But you know,
Yeah.
But I mean, well, you say you can't watch this, but I mean, you got to watch this version, not either of the remakes. I know a lot of people say, "Oh, the Peter Jackson one's great." No, it ain't. And just don't even think about that 1976 remake job. Fucking no.
well, the one where he climbs up the World Trade Center.
Yeah, that's it.
That's not the. I mean, the effects weren't that bad in that one, but the story was ruined for that. It didn't have the same. It should have still been set. I mean, I suppose the one thing they did in the Peter Jackson one was they did set it time specific rather than a modern day version, which is what they done in the 1976 one.
That's it.
That was rubbish. That one.
I remember the first time I saw it, I must have been about maybe 9, 10, something like that. I thought that they had, the biplanes, they're taking him when he's on top of the Empire State Building. I thought, oh, they must have just put that in for, to make it look like it was set in at a particular time. Of course, no, we were using it because that was bang up to date then. And that just totally went over my head when I saw it then.
I suppose it was technically a kind of modern film, yeah, but it's a brilliant film. If you've never seen that, you definitely need to go and watch it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Fantastic, good, another good choice there. Right, back to me, I think it is. This next one, we've already... Oh, bollocks, it's a really, really small screen. No, that's a bit shit. It doesn't really matter. We've already touched on a film that it gets compared to. In fact, this is a terrible picture, but not to worry. And it's a Green Mile, which we've already mentioned.
I still haven't seen it.
You absolutely need to. I mean, Lukozer was talking about it. People, well, what's better? What's better? I mean, they are. I suppose that they do. They bring out a lot of like different emotions and the characters, strong characters. It's quite harrowing to watch in places. There's a lot of humour, and there's a whole backstory with the main character. He's in terrible pain and that, but just brilliant characters. I think I'm a big fan of Tom Hanks. I think he plays a great part, and what kind of makes it more kind of sad now is the character that you initially think is a bit of a sort of paedophile, whatever it is. He actually passed away in real life fairly. Was it a couple of years ago? I think it was, or was it more up to date?
I'm forgetting his name. You're talking about the bloke who plays John Coffey.
Yeah.
It was a fair few years ago. It wasn't as recent as 2 years. Yeah.
I mean, this guy is the size of a house. He's huge, a huge character, and it's hard to. You always get dust in your eye anytime you watch the film. It's
Oh yeah. I mean, people seem to think that I'm some miserable fucker with a heart of stone, but yeah, you have me sitting in front of the screen watching this. No, I'm not like that at all. This film always has brings a lump to the throat.
Oh, great! That's something to look forward to.
I mean, there's a couple of one in particular, real nasty fucker. He's just a despicable. He plays a great part. You just hate him. He's a horrible, horrible person for different reasons, and he basically gets his comeuppance in the end. But then he gets his comeuppance, if you know what I mean. But there's characters you love to hate, and it leaves a mark in you. The fact that you like the Shawshank Redemption, I actually watched this. Maybe a couple of months ago. I actually forgot just how long it is. I don't know. I think it's over 3 hours.
I think it's over 3 hours. Yeah.
Aye. But it doesn't. There's some films that I'll watch and I'm like, fucking hell, that could have quite easily have been cut to an hour and a half. But this film, it's great. You don't want it to end.
Yeah, it's one of those films that, you know, it may be 3 hours long, but it flies past. You think you've only been watching it for an hour and a half.
Yeah, but it's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful film.
I should put it on my list of to watch films.
That's one. Yeah, you obviously can't comment, Panther, since you've never seen it. But yeah, you'll be interesting to let us know what you think of it.
For me, it's the best Stephen King, best film based on a Stephen King book.
Oh, that's up against The Running Man. Those are strong words.
Well, yeah. You know what? It even manages to be better than The Running Man.
But yeah, brilliant film. Go and see it, or watch it if you've not seen it. That's The Green Mile.
Oh, we're back round to me again, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
Right. When I was making this list up, apart from just picking films that I really like, I was trying to cover all genres, and I wanted to get a Western kind of film on there. And I thought, well, there's, you got John Wayne's True Grit, you've got the Unforgiven, which is a great Clint Eastwood film that only just didn't make my list. You've got the Dollars series. You've got there's loads of great westerns, but for me, I decided to go for a sort of western from 1937. It's also the shortest film on my list. It's only about 1 hour and 2 minutes long, and because I hadn't seen it for a few years, I watched it today, so it's kind of fresh in the memory. There's 2 films in this list that I've watched in the last 24 hours because I knew we was doing this because I hadn't seen them for a while. This film stars 2, if not the greatest, comedy duo of all time. And the film is from 1937. It stars Oliver Hardy and Stan Laurel, and it's Way Out West. And it's brilliant. It's as funny now as it ever was. I was sitting on my sofa today, absolutely rolling up. Whenever I watch these 2, I cannot take my eyes off Stan Laurel. Because even if he's not front and centre, he's always doing something, and he's always making me cry with laughter.
Yeah, it's an absolute Stonewall classic. Yeah, I cannot fault Laurel and Hardy in any way. I mean, all right, Atoll K wasn't great. Everything else was just sheer perfection. And I don't use that term lightly, but I think I would go so far as to say they were the greatest screen comedy duo. I'd even put them ahead of Morecambe and Wise. This isn't actually my favourite of their feature-length ones. My favourite one was the one they did just before this, the year before. Sons of the Desert.
Yeah.
But I mean, that is not to say this is not, still absolute comedy gold. And what I was saying right near the start when you were talking about the National Lampoon's films, I was saying the last time I saw an American-made comedy film that was great, it was starring these 2. But you can't fault them. Stan Laurel, I think, was still one of the greatest comedy writers of all time. Oliver Hardy was the master of slapstick comedy. I don't think anybody came close to matching him. When you put the 2 together, it's just unbeatable.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't say I've not seen. I need to watch this again. I've not seen that for a long, long time. I mean, I downloaded all their shorts. I've bought it on DVD. It was about £100, I think it was. I got it for my Christmas about 3-4 years ago. I just think that, I mean, they're the best double act, bar none. I mean, I can sit and watch, the one when he goes in to see him in hospital. Boiled eggs and nuts. You had nothing else to do, so you thought you'd come and see me. Just the expressions, just It's mind blowing. It's just the best comedy ever. Probably on a par with you two, I'm the biggest fan. I just think they're absolutely fantastic. I'll need to watch this film again, but yeah.
Well, I mean, the
awesome.
basis of this film, for anyone that hasn't seen it, Laurel and Hardy have got to deliver the deeds to a gold mine to a young girl who's under the protection of this guy that owns a bar and his wife, who is like the leading lady singer. And they let slip what they're there for, and those two connive to get the deeds signed over to them so they can have the gold mine, and so the girl remains poor. And so they get hoodwinked, and the bulk, I mean, it's only an hour long, but the bulk part of the story is them trying to get the deeds back to put right what they cocked up. And just the way they go about it, I mean, there's points in this where they've got a donkey on a block and tackle. The donkey's going up and in this bloody room and standing over the head, and they've obviously it's animated, but the donkey's going shh out of my hand. Fucking brilliant.
You know what? There's not a single swear word. There's no violence.
Well, there's a lot of violence.
Yeah. Slapstick means violence. Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose, but. Yeah, I've got that many one-liners. Soda, and what would you like, Stanley? I'm a sarsaparilla. So,
I mean, you say about there not being any violence. One of the most famous parts of this film is when they sing in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, and Stan Laurel's singing it really low pitched, and Ollie takes his hand off, smacks him on the edge of a mallet, and he starts singing it high pitched and falls over. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Just out of curiosity, what did you guys make of the Laurel and Hardy film?
Oh, the new Steve Coogan one.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it yet. My dad's a big Laurel and Hardy fan, and he says it's worth a watch. So,
well, I can say I thought the both I can't remember the guy that played what's called Oliver Hardy. What's his name? Anyway, it doesn't matter. I thought they both done a tremendous job, and I would say I would tell you to watch it because it's nice to sort of see like the behind the scenes of what it was like, and the fact that you get to see them in colour as well. It's lovely. I actually I was watching a video on YouTube, and it's the guy that does Homer Simpson, and the guy was asking him, "How did you get it?" Don't, and he says it was James Finlayson. You couldn't say "don't." That would be classed as offensive. So he would go "da oh," so it was like split into two because they wouldn't get away with saying "don't." So that was where he kind of based the whole kind of Homer Simpson. But no, the new film, I thought it was tremendous. I've watched it twice. Interesting to, if you go and watch it and let me know what you think it. I think they really when I heard it was coming out, I thought, oh, that is going to be shit. It's going to be terrible. But I think they both absolutely nail it. And after 5-10 minutes, you think you're actually looking at the real guys. I think they really do a fantastic job of it.
I'll tell you what, there's a comedian called Peter Serafinovich. He's appeared in Shaun the Dead, and he had his own show for a while. Have you ever seen him do the Laurel and Hardy sketch?
Yeah.
With
I've not seen that one, no.
Oh, mate, I'll tell you what, I'd like to see your reaction to that. When we've finished tonight, when we go off air sort of thing, I'll find that video and share it before we sort of finish, right. Because I want to see your reaction to that, because it is one of the most perfect Laurel and Hardy things ever, but it's the language they use is superb.
What's the guy called again? Peter
Serafinovich.
Yeah.
I actually bought 2 of his DVDs off Amazon yesterday. You know, what's it called? Where it's based on the Schools for Colleges. What do you see? What was it? What do you see? Can't remember. Anyway.
Look and See or something in it.
Aye. Brilliant. I bought them on Amazon yesterday, so I've got them to watch. But yeah, go and watch the film. But Laurel and Hardy. I was actually lucky enough. I went to is it near Keswick? Where Stan Laurel lived for quite a long time, and there's a museum kind of dedicated.
Where he was born, up in Cumbria.
Aye,
well, down in Cumbria in your case, but that's where he came from.
Mm. Do you know my dad actually saw them perform in Leith in Edinburgh?
Really?
Yeah,
The
well,
one
they
and only.
did. Yeah, they did quite
Yeah.
a few, shows in this country. They realised just how popular they were here.
Only.
Yeah, they did quite extensive tours. I don't think my dad got the chance to see them, but he did want to. I think he was looking at going to see them. They were doing a show in Norwich, and the support act was Harry Worth. It probably wasn't a bad lineup, actually. That
I wouldn't say so.
yeah.
What was I going to say? What one thing about? I know I'm talking about a different film, but the modern film, it charts obviously their early years when they're massive. Then it also charts when they were kind of dwindling, because you had Abbott and there's one really kind of quite poignant scene where they're trying to get. They're basically Stan Laurel has promised this big blockbuster film they're going to appear in, and he keeps phoning the agent and he keeps going to see him, and the guy keeps making excuses. And evidently, and then the guy finds out. He finds out, like, sorry, we're not going to throw any more money at you, but he keeps it back from Oliver. He doesn't want to tell him that the deal's off. But there's one bit where you see him walking out, and he looks up, and it's like, Abbott Costello and Frankenstein or something, and at that point he realizes that their career's kind of finished. But yeah, it's a nice film to watch. But yeah.
The good thing is, we all know, compared to Laurel and Hardy, Abbott and Costello is shit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Totally. And of course, the great thing about Laurel and Hardy is they never fell out. They were great friends throughout their entire lives, which you certainly could not say about Abbott and Costello. They couldn't stand each other.
Yeah, and them guys from Chips, Eric Estrada, he couldn't like the other one either.
And it's when people fucking mention Ant and Dec as the best comedy duo ever, you're like...
Fucking what planet are they on?
Oh, Alan Stewart, how dare you mention those two bastards in the presence of a Laurel and Hardy poster?
I'll remember, I'm going to edit that part out. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so you fucking should.
Right, back to you, Mr. L.
Oh, fucking hell, I haven't even got my next one lined up. Okay, right, let me just quickly bring it in on IMDb. Here we go. Right, so this film then was released in 1958. It's about a very notable event in history. Unfortunately, most people these days know about a much later film that was made about the same event in 1999, which is, well, I guess it's going to get mentioned while we talk about this one. So, right, let me get the old screen share underway. There you go. So, starring Kenneth More. This is A Night to Remember. The film about the sinking of the Titanic. I have a horrible feeling I'm the only one of us three who's seen this.
No, I've seen
I
it.
can't.
Mate.
I've seen it.
Oh, yeah, oh, okay.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Now, this
A long
this
while
film,
ago, but
now, this film, again, the entire budget for this film wouldn't even cover the catering budget of the James Cameron film. The Cameron film won something like, was it 11 Oscars, and was nominated for several more. This film didn't win a single award of any kind, and yet in every single way, this is by far the superior film. It's a lot more realistic. Not least because when the Titanic goes down, it does not break in half. And, of course, when this was made, there were a lot more Titanic survivors still alive. And a lot of them were used as like advisors when they were making this. Not one of them said anything about the ship breaking in half. But because of that fucking James Cameron film, everyone is now insisting, oh yeah, it broke in half before it went down. Well, how the fuck do you know? Were you there? You know, so that really does fucking annoy me.
There's a reason for that, though, isn't there?
What's that?
Well, when they rediscovered the wreck in the 80s,
it's in two halves.
It is in two halves, so that's why that's what's been considered to happen. Although, of course, as you say, the survivors, none of them mention that, and unless you were there, no one fucking knows.
Yeah.
But that's why it's assumed that it's split in half as it sank. No other reason other than it's in two bits on the sea floor.
Well, I mean, apart from, what I sort of know is based on what I've read, because I've always been quite interested in the Titanic disaster. Once the ship went down, and for one thing, it went down at a hell of a rate. And when it hit the bottom, it really did smash into the bottom like quite hard. But also, a lot of the survivors at the time that this film was made, they were saying that once the ship had gone under, they could hear a lot of like explosions. And what it turns out there were a lot of air pockets inside the ship. And as the pressure built up, the explosions was like the air pockets bursting through like the sides of the ship. And that's why the stern section is in such a mess compared to the bow. And it's widely regarded by people who have not seen the Cameron film that those explosions were what caused it to break up or break in half, but it was already under the surface when it happened. Now that's just what I've been reading about. I don't know if that is actually the case, but I'm more inclined to believe that than I am, the Cameron version. But we are rather straying a bit from the actual film. The other thing that makes me think this is far superior about this, the actual event compared to the Cameron one, is that this is actually about the sinking of the Titanic. It's not about, Jack and this fucking tart who would never have been anywhere near each other throughout the entire voyage, because it was a film made in 1999, so it was filmed with like 90s or late 90s sort of social whatever you want to call it. That didn't happen in 1912. Third class passengers did not mix with first class passengers ever, and this film shows that. Whereas, of course, the Cameron one doesn't. It's far more realistic. And Kenneth More, I think, is one of the best performances that he ever did. And he's in plenty of films that I think are great. But for me, this one really does stand out. And it's also one of the first films that Sean Connery was in. He was uncredited. He was an extra, but he played one of the crewmen.
Did Kenneth More play the part of the captain, presumably?
No, Captain Smith. I can't remember who it was who played that. I can check. But Kenneth More was Charles Lightoller. He was, I think, he was second in command of the Titanic. I cannot see. I'm looking through the cast. I can't even see Captain Smith mentioned here. So I'm not sure who it was who played him.
I'm just actually thinking, apart from the obvious, what's the best way to watch these films? I suppose Google's a friend, isn't it?
Actually, this film, I don't know if I should say this.
It's not going to be Netflix or anything like that. I wouldn't imagine.
No, but it's on YouTube. Someone's uploaded the whole film.
Right, that's interesting.
How long it's going to survive on there, I don't know, but it is on there.
Be quick. No, I've never seen it, but I've got a fascination for Titanic. In fact, I'll give you just a very kind of tenuous link. When I was at my work on Tuesday, I went up to see one of the residents. She must be in her 90s, and she was telling me that her father actually helped build the Titanic, and she showed me when she said that when they built a ship, they would build a scale model and then they would design the model, and then they'd build the full size thing based on that. And she went into a drawer and she brought out a little tiny little sort of window, which was actually part of the original model that it was based on.
Oh, nice.
But, I think there is a fascination with the whole Titanic thing. Probably a lot of what you're saying, Chris, about just people, make up their own things. And they watched the Titanic film with James Cameron and think that's actually what happened.
There's also the great conspiracy theory as well, isn't there?
Or that it was deliberately sunk.
That was actually the Olympic, not the Titanic, and it was rebadged because of something to do with bulkheads. And if you look at certain parts on the ships before they went on their maiden voyages, there was something missing on one that's now appeared on the other one. And there's a great big conspiracy about it being an insurance job. It's a fascinating subject. I don't really do conspiracy theories as far as I'm concerned. It is what it is. Boat went out, and an iceberg sunk. Tragic thing, but I've watched a lot of stuff about it, and after seeing all the conspiracies about it, I've come to the conclusion that it's probably pretty much as presented in A Night to Remember.
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. There's also, I think it was done as a cost-saving thing, because of course they didn't have, the big budget for this. But the way that they show how the ship is slowly sinking, slowly going under, they would always cut to the restaurant, which is completely empty, and you see the dessert carts and that just slowly sort of start to roll forward, and all the plates and everything start to fall from the tables. So it was all done, I think, just as because they didn't have the budget to show anything more than that. But it is really effective. It works so well. And there is a part towards the end which, if it doesn't bring a lump to your throat, then you really do have a heart of stone. I won't reveal it all. It starts with this little kid looking for his mum. And I'll let you see the rest of it. If you've seen the film fairly recently, you will know which bit I'm talking about.
No, that's one I'm looking forward to seeing again. Good, that's a good shout. So it's on YouTube for anyone that wants to watch it. Another good one. Right, back to myself. Getting back to the horror genre. This one, I don't think no, because I'd only be 8. So I wouldn't have been allowed to go to the pictures at that point. I did see this, I think, second time round when it came into the pictures. And what people under a certain age need to understand, back in the 70s and 80s, there was no such thing as videotapes. And if you didn't see a picture, I mean, we called it the pictures, if you didn't see a film in the cinema, you then had to wait about 10 years for it to come onto TV, and that was the big highlight of Christmas. You got the radio times, the TV times. Oh, bloody hell, Star Wars is coming on. It was a massive thing. And but anyway,
I remember that. Yeah.
Oh, it was fantastic. Oh, now you get the TV times, and it's like,
what Pixar film are they showing now?
Toy Story 2. Jesus, we've seen it a million times. So this film, I did see it when it did its kind of second thing in the cinema. And it scared the bejesus out of me, and it's had a lasting impression to this very, very day. Here we go. It's Jaws. Even that picture just scares the shit out of me. I can't tell. That is just the most scary thing ever. Look at the teeth in the thing.
It is slightly out of scale, but that's beside the point.
But it's a phenomenal looking picture, that, and I mean, it just. I remember after seeing it, I mean, I thought it was so scary. Then I remember I went through a phase of thinking it was a bit kind of cheesy and a bit rubbish, but I love the film to bits. I think there's every part is played fantastically. Now I know, Lukozer, you and I were talking about this. I can't remember if we did it off stream or part of the waffle. I think we might have done it as part of the waffle a few weeks ago, but you were talking about the book and saying the book was a bit shit.
Yeah, the book's awful. This is one of those films where they changed quite a lot from the book, and the film is much better for it. The book's terrible. Don't waste your time with it. All of the characters are absolute arseholes. You have no sympathy for them at all. You see, like, Brody and Matt Hooper in this, and they're like really likable characters. But in the book, they're a pair of cunts. Quint is even worse in the book than he is here. The book's awful. Just stick with the film; it is far superior.
Yeah, and if you are going to stick with a film, don't go any further than the first two, for fuck's sakes.
Well, I would actually go so far as to say just watch the first one. I'm not even that big on the second.
No, I didn't mind the second one, but yeah, the first one's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
Even now, and I've seen it many times, even now I'll jump out of my skin like I did with the Thing when the head comes out the bottom of the boat.
Yeah, every time, doesn't it? I remember this was the first time I saw this film. I was round my mate's house, and his mum had made us, like, I don't know, like beans on toast or something. Anyway, and I think you know how this story is going to end. And it got to that bit there. Thankfully, I'd eaten mine and put the tray to one side. He hadn't, so he still had the tray on his lap, and that bit came up. The head came out, and he's just whoosh, put the lot over him. And to be honest, so now, even though that bit still makes me jump, it also always makes me laugh because it just reminds me of that.
Of course, what made it even scarier is they had the kind of sound effect as it came out.
Yeah, that's right.
Whereas in reality, it just kind of went whoop. But but again, a bit like what we were talking about earlier on. You're talking about Joel. I mean, it's what you don't see. I mean, I'm trying to actually think. When is the first time you actually see it? Is it when it comes into the boating pond? Is it when you first see the shark?
I think pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. It's all in your imagination.
At the very least, it's where you get your first sort of like half decent look at it. Yeah.
You get the immortal line, don't you? I think we're going to need a bigger boat. I think that's around about the first time you really get a good look at it, isn't it?
Well, when it comes out, yeah, after the chum line. Actually, that's quite a bit later. I think the first time is when the bloke's on the sailing boat. And he's been hit, and he's sort of trying to get back into the sailing boat. And I think it is in like the sailing pond or whatever it is that they call it. And you can see the shark in the water coming up behind him. I think that might be the first time you get a sort of good look at it.
Yeah, and even sorry, Chris.
I was going to say, I know you see the fin flapping about on top of the water when it grabs the kid on the lilo. You don't really see the shark properly, but you do see the fin and the tail.
That's it. That's all you see. Yeah.
I think and one of the scariest bits is when the two old guys are out fishing, and then he falls into the water. And of course, he's on the fucking pier, and he just gets dragged into the water, and you're like, swim, and you see the chain get, and it's all just imagination. But I mean, Spielberg just does it to that. He's just brilliant at suspense.
Oh, it's a happy coincidence. I mean, obviously they had to resort to doing that because they realised that Bruce the shark didn't look that great, so they had to minimise how much he was actually seen on screen, and it just turned out that it worked really fucking well.
Yeah, it did. I mean, I know it's I suppose you could say the end's a little bit silly the way the shark's disposed of. But that line where the mast's gradually going like that, and you got Brody squaring up the rifle, and he goes, "Smile, you goddamn son of a bitch." That line was so good they even used that to overplay Michael Caine in Jaws 4 because they had a black and white shot of that exact moment from Jaws at the end of Jaws 4. That's how good a line.
I think the explosion when you see it all break, I'm sure they use that in a few of the Jaws.
Well, in Jaws 4, yeah, they show when you see the remains of the carcass, sinking down in the water. Yeah, they used that exact same part in Jaws 4. I mean, they should have just thrown the whole of Jaws 4 in the fucking Kazi, shouldn't they?
What with it's such a believable plot.
Yeah.
Shark tracked woman that husband killed the original shark. I mean, what's not to believe about that?
We want to get away from this shark, so let's move to a small group of islands. Yeah, we'll never see any sharks around there.
Do you think they could ever make a credible sequel to Jaws? Because they would use CGI and then instantly just lose it.
No. Never get close to it.
Yeah.
No, it's very much of its time as well, being set in the 70s. So it's before mass consumer computers, it's before mobile phones other than the kind of phones that police and government officials had in their cars. So there's no Instagram, no Twitter, nothing like that. It's basically the world wasn't connected, whereas now someone gets eaten by a shark, it's bang 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 bang, mobile phones everywhere, and it's round. Everyone's seen it. It wouldn't work now. You wouldn't get the same sort of suspense.
And I think sorry, Chris.
I was just going to say, the other big reason why it wouldn't work is that modern audiences today demand basically ludicrous stuff, but they demand more. And although it's a totally separate film, it really does illustrate this. Jurassic World, where it's all like dinosaurs that are all hybrids, and they say, well, because people think dinosaurs are old hat and they want more. How utterly moronic is that fucking line? But that does really sum up modern audiences. They don't want a shark, they want a fucking megalodon.
Hence the Meg.
Yeah. So you get that film, which insults the intelligence of amoeba shit, and but that's the crap they want now. They would look at Jaws and think it's tame, which is ludicrous, but that is how it is nowadays.
I think as well as, we were talking about that again. I think it was in the couple of weeks waffles. Now, there's sharks. There's fucking, Sharknadoes, and there's sharks in all the time. There's sharks overload. Every second YouTube thing, shark attack, and all this sort of stuff. Whereas back in 1975, whatever it was when it came out, I knew what a shark was, but I didn't really. I knew it was a kind of scary creature with teeth, and suddenly this film poster appeared on the side of bus stops. Look at it, fucking hell! This beautiful looking girl swimming with this monster beneath her, and the title Jaws in blood red. It was just. It was shocking. It was absolutely shocking. And the sad part of it was, and again we mentioned that, I think Jaws was, responsible for the fucking deaths of thousands of sharks.
Oh, it was, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Conservationists will tell you straight away, Jaws basically demonised the great white shark.
Yeah.
This was the release of this film was the moment. Well, not only was it the first ever of the big summer blockbusters, which has now become a regular thing, but this was the film that basically sparked a huge interest in sharks by people who demonstrably knew nothing about them, and like you say, demonised the great whites, and they were being slaughtered without any justification at all. And not just great whites, basically any shark that people could come across.
Mm-hmm. I think that the actual characters, Robert Shaw, I should say, and what's his face, Richard Dreyfuss, they were brilliant characters. And I think Robert Shaw died fairly soon after this came out, did he? I think.
I don't think he did.
Aye.
I think he was around a fair bit after this.
Was he? Yeah, but brilliant characters. It's another Stonewall classic. That's Jaws.
Well, I guess we better stick with Stonewall classics, because the next one on my list is probably considered a Stonewall classic. I present it to you with its original title before they added two words and at the front of it. It's another Spielberg film. And stick it up. It's from 1981. It's The Raiders of the Lost Ark. Not Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark, which is what it's called now. Just Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Oh, I got a bit. I hadn't heard that people have started calling it that, and I'm glad I hadn't heard it. I wish you hadn't told me.
Well, I've got a box set of the first 3 films, and it basically all the covers on it now say Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, Indiana Jones, and it's Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark, and Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. Which is not as bad a film as people make it out to be when you compare it to a lot of films we get these days. At least they were trying something with that one.
Yeah.
But this is an absolute classic. It's basically it's your Pulp Fiction novels, Alan Quatermain.
Yeah,
all the great 1950s type adventure stuff chucked together with Han Solo. I mean Indiana Jones.
And Nazis.
And Nazis. I mean, what's not to like?
Yeah.
There's literally one from every food group in this film.
Yeah.
And it had awesome. I mean, the special effects again, they were all real. Yeah, it was a giant foam boulder that he was running away from, but it just looked awesome. You know, it was again, it hit the sweet spot for kids. Everything that you could possibly hate, you know what I mean? Snakes and God knows what else.
And once again, a very outstanding tune from John Williams.
Of course, we missed that about Jaws as well. Yeah, I mean that was a big part of it. Yeah, I mean music is a huge part of the atmosphere of these films. But I wasn't so keen on the follow up to that. What was it?
The Temple of Doom. No, I wasn't that keen on that one.
No, I didn't mind that one. It's a prequel, isn't it?
Yeah, the problem. The problem. I was just going to say the problem with prequels is he's going to survive because we've already seen him in another film. So it's why I wish they would do sequels. Well, actually, to be honest, a lot of the time I wish they would just do a film and leave it. But if they are going to do another film, make it a sequel rather than a prequel.
Well, I didn't realise that until years later that it was a prequel because I wasn't really, apart from the fact that there was Nazis in it, which kind of puts it in a time frame. I never really thought about it, and I think Alan was going to say about the annoying kid in it.
The Jar Jar Binks. Aye.
No, I didn't mind that little kid.
He wasn't as annoying as the woman in it.
No.
She really
Screaming
was.
Willie.
Yeah, she really was irritating. The other big problem is that I'm almost loath to use the term strong women because it's now used everywhere. But you did have a pretty strong female character in Raiders of the Lost Ark, and then along came, Temple of Doom, and Screaming Willie.
And of course, the stereotypical Nazi, the little round glasses, he was just a horrible creature.
Oh, the Gestapo bloke, yeah. I can't remember the name of it was the guy from Porridge, wasn't it? I can't remember the bloody actor's name. But he was fantastic in it.
And again, I think it was stop motion animation when his face always goes, and it all just fucking melts. It's like plasticine. It's like, I'm sure Tony Hart probably got involved in special effects.
I'll tell you what, when at the end of that film, when the angels come out of the ark and then they turn into those horrible looking things, that scared the living shit out of me when I was about 9 or 10.
Yeah, see, when I first saw this, I was still at primary school when I saw this. Yeah, this film scared the shit out of me as well.
This is the one that's got the classic line where the guy comes out with his sword and he starts getting all the fancy shit and he went, oh, fuck this.
Yeah, well, you know the story as to why that scene, how that scene came about?
No.
It was originally going to be totally different, and I think Harrison Ford he damaged his wrist or something. He was trying to do like the original scene, which was some big intricate fight thing, and he just kept fucking it up because his wrist was bad. So he then came up with the idea, I'll just bang and shoot him, and they just said, yeah, we'll go with that.
That's a classic film set piece that is.
Yeah.
I mean, this film's loaded with set piece. You know, you've got the fight in front of the propeller on the runway, the blood spraying everywhere.
Bomber, the wrestler, British wrestler.
Pat Roach, wasn't it?
Pat Roach.
Pat Roach,
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah, you've got the bit with the snakes, you know, where they get the staff and they put it in the miniaturized building, and the sunlight comes down. It's such a good film. I mean, they're making a fifth one now. It's going to be the final one.
Yeah, I've heard
apparently.
about that. Yeah, the last one.
It's just going to be a CGI overload, isn't it?
I am a bit dubious about it. I'm not going to get my hopes up. I mean, I agree with you. I don't think Kingdom of the Crystal Skull was as bad as people say. It wasn't great, but it wasn't awful. But I think it's going on a bit long now. I don't know about
the thing is, right, when people were going on about, oh, it's aliens, and I'm like, they've done the Ark of the Covenant. They've done Indian life stones. You know, they've done the Holy Grail. What else is there other than aliens? You know, it's not very believable. Oh, but all those angels flying out of the perfectly acceptable.
Yes, finding a crusader who's been alive after about 900 years. That's totally believable. But yeah, aliens, no, God, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, the film weren't bad in its story. It was bad in its execution. The Crystal Skull, but I didn't mind it. I bought it on Blu-ray to have all four of them. Looks like I'm gonna have to buy another one now, unless it's utter cack, in which case I won't bother.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely a favourite of mine. It's proper. Well, for a while it became essential Christmas viewing, didn't it? For a couple of 3 or 4 years.
Oh yeah. Of course, it spawned so many fucking, like copies and that, didn't it? Oh, and none of them came anywhere near the quality of this.
No, not at all.
I think. Do you think they possibly the success was probably helped the fact that they had Han Solo playing the sort of lead role? Do you think
it probably? Well, it certainly didn't hurt. I don't know if that was why it was successful, but.
Well, the thing is, there's something very strange to happen there, right? Because if I say to you Leonard Nimoy, both of you are going to think Mr. Spock. Whereas if you say Harrison Ford, you're either going to say Han Solo or you're going to say Indiana Jones, because they've got equal fan bases. Mm-hmm. That's a very strange thing to happen. An actor become almost typecast, but for two different parts.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, if you say William Shatner, not everyone goes, "Oh, Captain Kirk and T.J. Hooker."
Yeah, T.J. Hooker. Yeah,
say Captain Kirk. So it's very strange that Harrison Ford has got two roles, and he almost done it again with Jack Ryan in the Tom Clancy films he was in. It's strange. That's probably tantamount to what a good actor Harrison Ford is, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fair point. I suppose there's also the Blade Runner kind of franchise as well,
yeah, as well.
Mm-hmm. Another absolute classic. Right, okay, that was number 6 from Panther. Good choice, whatever it was. Right, back to Mr. Lukozer for film number 7.
Right, okay, here we go. I guess up until this point, with the exception of The Thing, I've been going for somewhat mainstream films. Yeah, that is now about to come to a shuddering halt. So this is a film from 1980. It was directed by Ken Russell, who I am a huge fan of. And I think the best way to describe this film is a total headfuck. If ever there was a film that I've chosen on this list that I am absolutely convinced is not going to appeal to Mr. Mainmeister, it is this one. Yeah, there we go. You want to share that? These Altered States, starring William Hurt. I'm going to take a wild stab in the dark here and say that at least one of us hasn't seen this film.
I've seen this 6 times and I'm only joking. I've never even heard of it, Altered States.
Oh, fuck. Chris, at least say you've heard of it.
Yeah, I have heard of the film. I don't believe I've seen it.
Okay. Right, how to describe it? Well, basically, William Hurt plays the part of a scientist who does experiments using hallucinogenic drugs and like sensory deprivation, using things like those isolation tanks and stuff like that. He then travels out to Mexico and tries some extremely potent, basically Mexican magic mushrooms, brings back the sample, and then continues using this hallucinogenic along with continuing to do experiments with the isolation tanks. And he thinks that he has found that the human cells and human genes actually contain memory of like our entire what's the word? Oh, fucking hell. I hate it when I get this. When I got the word, I get these mind blanks. Evolution. And it's going all the way back to like not just the start of the human race, but they go way back to the beginning of life on Earth. And he's doing these experiments to try and unlock these memories and to experience what it's like. It is extremely surreal. It is... Well, one thing I know Maymeister will like, you get to see tits within the first 10 or 15 minutes. So, yeah, you go. Yeah, it's up your street there. Yeah.
Where can I find it?
The production was not what you would call smooth. Paddy Chayefsky, who wrote the novel, and Ken Russell did not get on at all, to the point where Paddy Chayefsky insisted on having his name removed from the credit. Where you see the screenplay, the name there is Sidney Aaron. That's Paddy Chayefsky, but he wanted his name taken off. He's never even seen the film. Well, I say he hasn't. He's never going to, because he died. I think he died about 6 months after this film was first released. It is fucking weird. It is one of only 3 horror films I've ever seen that genuinely give me the willies. I've seen it countless times, and there are still, to this day, if I was to watch it later on tonight, there are scenes that have me, yeah. It's not flawless. The scene where, I guess spoilers don't really matter too much, the scene where he regresses into like a primitive man is a bit silly. But it is essential to the film, because without that scene, the rest of it doesn't make a lot of sense. That said, a lot of people who have seen this film don't like it because they say it doesn't make any sense at all. I think it makes perfect sense. There are several archetypal Ken Russell scenes in it. A lot of the hallucinogenic scenes have a lot of anti-religion symbolism in there, which is very Ken Russell. I'm a huge fan of it. First time I saw it, it went completely over my head, but subsequent watching, yeah, I really got into it.
A quick question? One of the problems that I've got with films, I mean, I consider myself fairly intelligent, but I absolutely struggle to follow plots, even in TV programmes. I'll be sitting watching stuff, and my girlfriend will say, "So do you know why he's doing that?" I went, "No, I don't really." I honestly struggle to follow in plots. The whole thing just kind of washes over me. Like The Matrix, I thought was absolutely shit because I didn't have a clue what was going on. I quite like the sound of this, but I'm a bit worried that if I watched it, I would just be like, is it one of these films, has it got enough kind of like eye candy? I don't mean tits, well, I do mean tits, but other things, has it got enough kind of grotesque things to kind of keep you watching it, or is it just one of these things you've really got to sort of be following it?
If you can't follow it, and to be honest, the dialogue is very sort of like scientific, sort of heavy. In places, the dialogue is really heavy going, and I say that as someone who is a big fan of the film. Yeah, if you're having trouble following it, it is not going to make the remotest bit of sense at all. To be quite frank.
So it's not a chick flick or a rom-com, is that what you're telling me?
No, well, actually, the weird thing is, Paddy Chayefsky, who wrote it, he was asked to say, describe it and say what sort of story was it when he wrote the novel, and he said, "Oh, it's a love story." Yeah, brief encounter. This ain't,
I was just about to ask you what rating was it? Is that CDB X at the bottom right? Is that?
Yeah, it was X-rated when it came out. Yeah.
That's what you knew when you stood with a film. If it was an X-rated film, you knew you were in for a thrill.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of this one. It's not one I've seen. And as far as Ken Russell goes, if you was to get me to name another Ken Russell film, the only one I can come up with off the top of my head is probably Tommy.
Yeah. Well, The Devils. It's still, loads of people are really clamouring to get a director's cut of The Devils come out. It still hasn't. I don't think it ever will. Women in Love, that was another Ken Russell one. He did the third and I think the worst of the Harry Palmer films. He did Billion Dollar Brain, which really wasn't that good, to be honest. He also did a film called Whore, in which he directed his own daughter in the titular role, which, yeah.
That's one for the around the table at the Sunday dinner.
I was going to say, yeah, Christmas dinner there is probably like a real experience, isn't it?
Okay, so who's that hanging upside down then, the little thing stuck to his head?
Well, that's William Hurt. Yeah. He spends nearly half the film in the buff. But that's while he's in one of the isolation flotation tanks with the various electrodes attached to him.
Of course, William Hurt, he's not shy to appear in quite grotesque films, is he?
Well, this was his first lead role, this particular one. So I guess after this one, he obviously saw something about it when he read the script that he liked, and he seems to like unusual roles, and this certainly is unusual.
Interesting, you mentioned about that Paddy Chayefsky not wanting to be in the credits, but I mean, you can see his name there.
Yeah, that's because it's saying that it's based on the book that he wrote.
As
much as he wanted he wanted his name taken off, but only in regards to the actual production of the film. So that's where that Sidney Aaron comes from. Sidney Aaron are his real first two names. Paddy was like a nickname or something.
Mm-hmm. Oh well, that's another one to watch for sure.
Yeah, add that one to the list.
Yeah, of all the films I've chosen, this one is by far the most difficult watch. It's it's not a straightforward film at all. If you want to see films just for straightforward escapism and simple stories, you want to steer well clear of this.
I would love to see Pixar's take on this.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be one to write home about.
Excellent. Yeah, good. So it's one. It's your. Did you say it's your top? It's in your top 3 horror films, then, Chris?
If we're talking straight horror, no crossover. Yeah, definitely.
Well, that's got to be a recommendation. And is it purely? Well, it's down to the fact that it's just a bit of a head fuck, really, is it?
No, there is more to it than that. I mean, what he experiences as far as like hallucinogenics does start to manifest itself physically. So yeah, you get all that as well. So it's got a bit of everything.
Excellent. Good. Anything else you want to add to that one, Panther?
No, I haven't seen it, so there's not much more I can say about it, really, mate.
I know. Okay, excellent. Good. Right, let's just take that one down. Remove. Where'd I start? I've got 4 to go because somebody nicked my Star Wars, so I've added an extra one in.
Oh, how dare I?
I know. Right, you can't if that was a sort of out of your head film, you couldn't get any more mainstream than this. And I'm not going to make any apologies about it because I just think it's an absolute fantastic film. And let me just open up that. And yeah, there we go. Back to the Future. So, Back to the Future, when did it come out? 1985. 1985, I don't know what it is about 1985. It's, if I think back to a particular time in my life when it was a carefree time, 1985, it was kind of the typified the 80s to me, you know, still living with my mum and dad, no responsibilities, no kids, no marriages, you were looking at girls, you're getting drunk every night, computers were still exciting, and there was all these great films. Went to see this with a girl, she dumped me after, within about 2 days, but anyway, I loved it that much. I got my mum and dad to go and see it. I think it's a classic. I know it's one of these films that there's so much stuff on the internet about it. It's a bit kind of like Star Wars, and I can't be arsed with that, but as a standalone film, I just think it's a great film. It really got you thinking. However, I watched It's a Wonderful Life a couple of days ago, and I realised that Back to the Future is pretty much based on that, so it's not quite as original as you think, but I just think it's great. It's a classic film, it really is. It's what a film should be. It should entertain you, and that does it by the absolute bucket load.
Well, in 1985, I was 13, right? Now, I had a physics test coming up, and me and my mate Jonesy, he was able to forge his mum's signature. Don't worry, I'm getting back to the point. I'm not Ronnie Corbetting on you, right? And my nan, may she rest in peace forever, my nan wrote me a note for school. And basically, we both had our notes, and we bunked off school and the physics test, and we went to the cinema and we went to see Back to the Future. So, yeah, I think it's a great film, much better than a physics test any day of the week. And I do like it. Yeah, I do like it, and I thought Michael J. Fox was, and he still is, considering what he's going through, a great actor. And I don't know. It's a film of high praise for me. I do like it. I like the second one as well. The third one is probably the weakest of the three, but it's still not a terrible film. It's an easy sit back, watch, and don't think about it film. But if you don't think about the second one, you get lost in the timelines. Go on, Lukozer, shred it.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. I think it's aged about as well as a pig corpse. I remember going to see it, and I remember taking my then girlfriend to see it. I cannot for the life of me remember her name, so it obviously went well. Yeah, it has its moments, but yeah, not enough of them for me. It never grabbed me.
What would you say about the film that you didn't actually like? What was there anything sort of particular?
Well, I was never a big fan of Michael J. Fox, and that didn't help. I'm not one of these people who will go and see a film because of who's in it, but I am one of these people who will not see a film because of who's in it. And I did get to the point where Michael J. Fox was one of those. As soon as I saw that name, I didn't want to know. Well, at this time, I hadn't quite got to that point. Back to the Future 2 was the one that did it for me. So I don't know what it is about it. It's just, yeah. On paper, it sounded like it could have been great. And obviously, I'm in a very, very small minority because a lot of people say, "Oh, not just on paper, it was a great film." It just always left me cold, but I can't put my finger on why. It's just not one that. It's not one that ever grabbed me.
I know what you're saying. Like Ben Affleck is to me what Michael J. Fox is to you. As soon as I see his name in the credits, I'm like, oh, it's going to be. I just don't. There's certain actors that I just don't actually like and when I see their names, I don't want to see the film. And then conversely, there's a few actors I do like. You know, I'll be honest. I think was Teen Wolf before or after this? Because I think
it was before, but not by much. I think it was only like the year before, and that was a shit pile, that film, wasn't it?
I thought it was afterward, but yeah, it might have been before.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I don't think I was really familiar with Michael J. Fox until I saw this. Excuse me.
See, I've never been like that with actors. I don't care. I might not. I don't particularly like the man Tom Cruise, but I think he makes some terrific films. And unless I had this conversation with my ex-brother-in-law, he refused to watch Pulp Fiction because John Travolta was in it, and I'm like, but he's not playing John Travolta. And as long as they're not playing themselves, it's never really bothered me. Like I say, I wouldn't piss on Tom Cruise if he was on fire.
Yeah. Tom Cruise is one of the actors where, as soon as I see his name, that's it. I don't want to know.
Yeah. See, that doesn't bother me. There was a film he done recently with Emily Blunt, like in the last few years, which is a bit of an alien Groundhog Day space invasion story. And it's an absolutely fantastic film, and it's not in my list, but if I could remember the name of it, I'd recommend it to anybody. But I didn't care that Tom Cruise was in it. Normally, Tom Cruise films are pretty good anyway, regardless of what you think of the man.
Top Gun? No, don't say you think Top Gun's good. Oh, no.
It's a good film for its time.
Okay. All right, Cocktail.
Brian Brown's brilliant in that.
Oh, fuck it up. All right, I'll give up.
You'll notice I'm being quiet. Nah,
Days of Thunder. Go on. Days of Thunder. Basically, you take Top Gun, replace planes with NASCARs. You've got the same film.
That was a more shit film, although I probably hated that more because of the shitty game.
But I think obviously not everybody's going to like every single film. I mean, I think it's a fantastic film. Obviously yourself, you don't like it, Lukozer, but you know what I mean. The world would be a dull place if we all agreed. So that's my number 7, and it's back to yourself, Panther.
Right, well, we're hurtling back to the past for my one, all the way back to 1941 in the days before mass colour, and we are basically going for Humphrey Bogart when he was at the height of his powers, I suppose we could call it, and we are going for the Maltese Falcon. And what a film. I'll tell you how good this film is, right? There are very few locations, there are very few actors, but it's compulsive viewing. So compulsive, I hadn't seen it for quite a while. And before we started recording this, I wanted to watch the beginning of it because I couldn't remember exactly how it started. And then an hour and a half later, the end credits rolled because I sat and watched the whole thing. And I literally put it on to watch something at the beginning. It's Humphrey Bogart basically playing Sam Spade, the private detective. Not sure about the poster there where it says a story as explosive as his blazing automatics, because I'm pretty sure Humphrey Bogart doesn't actually fire a gun in the whole film. But
no.
In fact, I'm not pretty sure, I am sure.
Yeah.
But it's not... It's not a whodunit in the Agatha Christie sense of the word, but it is a whodunit because you're trying to work out what's going on. And I would recommend it to anybody. I mean, unless you're a snob that will only watch films in colour. I mean, this is a film noir classic. I mean, there was a few. I must admit, I was pulled in between choosing this and Casablanca, and at the end of the day, this film, I prefer this film. It's just the character development. I mean, Humphrey Bogart is absolutely brilliant in it. The way he like pulls a fast one on the baddies, as it were, in the film. Like there's a scene where the fat guy in it that's like the bloke that's behind what's going on. He does his nut and he smashes a glass and walks out and has a right temper tantrum. And you're thinking, blimey, what's going on here? As he comes out and the door shuts behind him, he puts his hat on and he starts, his fedora, and he just starts laughing. You're like, right. He's playing them at their own game, and it's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I totally agree. To the extent where if I was to be trying to choose the best of Bogart, it would certainly be between this and Casablanca. It is a tough choice, actually, but I think I would agree. I would go with this one, purely because this also has Peter Lorre in it, who is another of my favourites from the time. Although no, he wasn't in Casablanca, was he?
I can't remember.
No, I don't think he was. I mean, okay, it's not quite as quotable as Casablanca, but I mean, in that film, just about every fucking line that's spoken is quoted and misquoted just as frequently.
Are you referring to the line, Sam, play it again?
Yeah. But yeah, I think this is superb. I actually only saw this quite recently, not for the first time, but one of the like lesser cable channels, one of the movie channels showed it. And yeah, it is absolutely compelling. I think it's definitely the best of the Sam Spade films. Incidentally, this is a remake, although I haven't got a clue who was in the original. But there's a bit of trivia for you.
Yeah, I think it was actually a radio play as well.
It could well have been, yeah.
I've seen it, but not for many, many years. I think my dad, I was still probably a young kid when I saw it with my dad. Don't remember much about it, but how long's the film, out of curiosity? Is it?
It's about an hour and a half, I think, something like that.
Well, that's another one I can certainly watch.
It's well worth it. It's definitely a film you want to watch in one sitting. It's just when you finally twig on what Sam Spade is actually doing in the story, and you realise when it gets to the end, you realise that he knew all along what was happening.
Yeah.
It's like clever, and it is really well written as well.
Excuse me, something
interesting you said while you were first talking about this. I can't believe it still happens, but it does. When you're talking about film snobs who won't watch a film because it's in black and white, I cannot believe the number of people who still do that. Do they have any idea of like some of the greats they are missing just because the film's in black and white and therefore they're not going to watch it? I mean, it's ridiculous. It's almost like they treat it as a completely separate genre. You got your comedies, you got your horror, you got your action films, and you got your black and white. It really is irritating. I just had to get that off my chest.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, this is just. It is a film noir classic, and it wouldn't matter whether this was in colour, black and white, or a radio play. If it was played the same, then it's great.
Yeah. The thing is, I think black and white has got a certain charm. Even a black and white photograph it just looks really nice, all the greys, and I totally agree with what you guys are saying about black and white. I mean, I don't really watch subtitled films, I'll be honest. I know plenty of my mates do watch them. You know what I mean? But as far as black and white film, it's irrelevant. And as I always say, I've seen a lot of films in the cinema that were in 3D. What ones they were, I haven't a bloody clue, because after 5 minutes, your brain just switches off and you just watch it for what it is. The same as, you can watch a black and white film. When you think it back in your brain, you don't remember it as being black and white. It's completely irrelevant. As you say, some of the best ever films are black and white. And for people to be so narrow-minded is just a bit daft.
Well, that's the second one on my list. That's a black and white film.
Yeah, there's been a few on mine, and there's one more to come.
Yeah, there's another one. Good stuff. That's your number 7, Panther.
Right, so that means it's back to me, eh? Okay, right, well, So this is my number 3. It's also my 3rd horror film, I think. It's also, I think, the first film of this list that is a sequel. I don't think we haven't had any yet, have we?
No, I don't believe we have.
No. This is a film that I remember seeing when it first came out, or when it first came out onto VHS. And I then completely forgot about it until fairly recently, just like a few months ago. And I watched it, and I was like, "Fucking yeah, this is great." Even though the end result was actually nothing like what the filmmaker initially intended to film. So let's get the screen share going. There we go.
Good to go.
Yep, it is Exorcist 3, which came out in 1990. It was written and directed by William Peter Blatty, and this film does what everybody on the face of the earth should do, which is completely ignore the absolute steaming pile of horse shit that was Exorcist 2: The Heretic. And this is a direct sequel to the original Exorcist film. This time you've got George C. Scott playing the role that Lee J. Cobb played in the first film. And although I described it as a horror film, it's not really an out-and-out horror. It's more a sort of psychological thriller. It does have horror elements in it, especially when the studio then came along and interfered with it and changed the ending completely. It was written the book was called Legion, and William Peter Blatty was making a film of Legion, which doesn't have an exorcism in it at all. And even though it is a direct sequel to the original Exorcist, it was never actually written as, The Exorcist 3, because that mere title would suggest to you, okay, so there's going to be an exorcism in it. I mean, there is a possessed character in it, and it is Father Damien Karras from the original film. He's now in some mental institution. It has, I think, probably the best performance that Brad Dourif has ever given in any film he's done. He plays the part of the Gemini killer, who is the guy who's locked up in the padded cell. George C. Scott, I'm not a huge fan of George C. Scott, but I do think he's fantastic in this. And another bit of trivia for you, this is the second time that he played a role that was originally played by Lee J. Cobb, because he played in a later remake of 12 Angry Men. You remember that one? Yes. And he played the part of juror number 3 in that, which was originally played by Lee J. Cobb in the original film. This is actually one of those films where I keep saying I don't care about giving spoilers and that, but I don't really want to give away too much about it. It has one of, I think, the best jump scares you've ever seen in any horror film at all. But it's far more than that. There is only one jump scare. The rest of it is much more, say, actual, proper, like, psychological, scary. I would just say, if you've not seen it, and I'm going on the assumption from the rather blank stares from you two, neither of you have seen it, but if you like The Exorcist, you absolutely have to see this one. It's, forget about Exorcist 2, this pisses all over that. But then so does just about every other film ever made, so if you're a fan of the original Exorcist, though, you really have to see this.
So is a jump scare as good as the bit in Jaws with the head, is it?
Oh yeah, it surpasses
Where
that.
is that? Oh bloody hell! Need to watch that one. No, I mean I think I'm not a big scaredy cat. I don't like jump scare films. I'm not really a fan.
This only has the one. That is the only jump scare in it. The rest of it is it's much more subtle.
Yeah. When did this one come out, Lukozer?
1990. I think this is by quite a bit the most recent film I've chosen.
Yeah. No, I never saw it. I mean, at that point, I was going out with a girl, and we were just going to see all the shit that was coming out at that point. But given that I wasn't a big horror fan, I did watch the original one behind kind of like my fingers. I quite enjoyed it. But then I think just following on from like the Nightmare on Elm Street series and the Halloweens and what was it, the Friday the 13th. Every sequel got shitter and shitter and shitter, and I think I just kind of put Exorcist 3. That's going to be absolutely pish, the same as the second one. So it kind of completely went under my radar. Probably went under a lot of people's radar because people just assume, well, the second one was shit, so this is going to be even shitter.
Well, when it first came out, it did come out to quite a lot of praise and that, and it got really good reviews. It wasn't a huge success at the box office. I would assume that is because of how bad Exorcist 2 was. But it really found its audience when it came out on video, and people were seeing it then. But now it's sort of tailed off, and it's a film that often gets overlooked. And I really think it deserves far more sort of viewings than it gets.
Well, I've not seen it. I saw probably about half of the second one before I turned it off.
Yeah.
The first Exorcist film, and I'll be honest, I watched it when I was too young, and literally scared the absolute crap out of me. So I'm very on the fence whether, even as a grown man, I'd even watch this one or not, because those childish scares come back at you even when you're grown up, if they've affected you. It's like American Werewolf in London, one of the funniest horror films ever made, but the bit where he's changing when he looks at the camera just sets my teeth on edge, because I watched it when I was too young to be watching that sort of thing.
Can you remember what it was about the original one that you particularly didn't like or whatever?
Linda Blair's portrayal and the makeup.
Okay, yeah. Right. There is none of that in this. In this one, it gets a bit confusing if you're not overly familiar with the original one, because I can't remember the name of the guy who played Father Karras, but he's in this as well, and him and Brad Dourif are playing the same person. And when George C. Scott is talking to him, the whole time he's talking to him, George C. Scott's character sees Damien Karras. But yeah, he's still possessed. He's at the end of The Exorcist. The demon leaves the body of the girl and possesses Father Karras, and he's still possessing him now. This is set 15 years after the first one. But when you see Father Karras on screen, that it is his persona that you're seeing. But when Brad Dourif is on screen, you're seeing it's actually the persona of the Gemini killer that is now sort of within the body. But from George C. Scott's point of view, he is still seeing Father Karras. So there's none of the over-the-top like makeup effects on the on Father Karras at all. There's a slight sort of distortion effect put onto the voice, but that is about it. So it's not so much in the face sort of visuals that are particularly scary. It's what is said and how it's said and things like that. Especially, the real highlight for me, I'll just say the confessional box.
I think, before I forget, I think what we need to do after we finish this video, I think we need to give ourselves a couple of months and we all go away and watch the films we've not seen. I think chances are I'll have more films to watch than any of you guys, but it'd be interesting to then come back and hear the opinions of the folk that haven't seen the films.
Yeah, I'll probably watch this one during the day with the curtains open.
Well, I'll just say, right, the end, I say, was completely different. When it was written, and even when the film was wrapped, it was all completed and everything, there wasn't an exorcism in it. It wasn't supposed to be that kind of film. The studios interfered when they found out, okay, this is supposed to be, it's the same characters from The Exorcist, and, they basically said, look, we've got to call it Exorcist 3, and there has to be an exorcism in it. So they then added these extra scenes and brought in a new character, Father Morning, who is played by Nicol Williamson. And, hopefully he'll be making another appearance a bit later on. But yeah, the whole exorcism bit was all tacked on afterwards.
Good. Yep, another one for you and I to watch Panther.
Yep. Thanks for that.
Right, lovely. Right, back to me. Keeping in with the sombre kind of tone. It's another Spielberg film, and it's based on a true story. I don't really need to say very much about it, other than when I watched it. I don't know what you would describe me as, but I'm not really. I tend to kind of ignore the news. I don't have a great deal of knowledge about history, but this opened my eyes. And you might say, well, it was based on fact, but they took sort of artistic license. But when I watched this, it kind of opened my eyes to kind of part of history. And I think it's a film that probably everybody should be forced to see. And it's Schindler's List, obviously based on the Holocaust. It is based on a true story, but until I'd watched this film, I knew what the Holocaust was about. But to actually see it kind of being played out in front of your eyes, it's just an absolutely horrific thing. I know there's some probably bloody Jedi Knights or something say the whole thing was made up, the whole Holocaust thing. But it's just, it says there quite simply one of the greatest movies ever made. It left an indelible mark in me, and I think it's a, I wouldn't say it's a wonderful film, but it certainly makes you think.
Yeah, it's one of those films like, for me, Scum is the same thing. You can say it's a great film. In fact, it's a horrible film, but that's because it doesn't shy away from the grotesqueness of its subject matter.
Yeah.
So, it is a great film, despite the fact that, it's not the most pleasant viewing experience.
Liam Neeson is monumental in this film. I mean, I think Liam Neeson's a great actor anyway, but I mean, in this film, he outdid himself.
Yeah, he's by far Liam Neeson's best, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I'm quite a fan of the original Taken. I thought he was great in that as well, but it don't even come close to Schindler's List.
No.
I remember, although it's going to put a comic spin on it, I remember Ricky Gervais talking about Schindler's List in one of his shows. He was disappointed because, it said you needed tissues. And he said, well, there was a shower scene.
Yeah, that's Ricky Gervais, that, isn't it? Yeah.
There's not many people that can get away with playing that, but he does.
No.
But yeah, no, I mean, it's a subject that will never be made light of, regardless of how many people say, it didn't happen. Well, it fucking did happen. Look at the video evidence. I don't know what else really to add to this. I mean, it's...
Well, not only was Liam Neeson superb in it, but Ralph Fiennes. He really is a truly repugnant character in this film, isn't he?
Yeah.
But it shows just how great an actor he is to be able to, invoke those sort of feelings in you while you're watching it.
Yeah, there's not much to add. Yeah, just a quick, not anecdote as such. My girlfriend sent me a video. It's probably been made up of a family, and you see the guy giving his little kid a copy of Mein Kampf, and he said, "Dad, it's Minecraft, not Mein Kampf."
I've seen that.
But yeah, I mean, it's a film. I think, in fact, you know what? It has my daughter. My daughter actually got to see this in schools, and I think it's a film that they should make people see it, because we must never let this thing happen ever again. It has happened in various guises, not quite to the same extent, but
again, I would say the same about Scum. That is a film that I think they should make people watch in schools.
Yeah, you don't realise how easy they've got it today. You see things like this and things like Scum. Today's society, there's not a lot of consequences for things that people do, and Scum particularly highlights. Yeah, if you do things like that, the postal system was pretty bad.
Yeah, and let's be frank, it's highly unlikely it's changed that much. Really, they just don't mention it anymore.
No. But yeah, this is definitely the subject matter of this is something that should never be forgotten. So
it's also a film that works really well, I think, because it is made in black and white.
Yeah.
If it was made in colour, you'd almost forget that it was set in the 1940s. In fact, it may even be that it would make it look like it's fictional. The fact that it's in black and white gives you the sort of sense that it's archive footage, and what you're seeing is real, because of course it effectively is real. It did happen,
Isn't this the one where there's a shot down a road and it's just the girl's coat that's in red and everything else in black and white?
Yeah. You do see her from time to time, and I'm not going to say fucking spoilers, they all die in the end, but I mean, you do see her little jacket just in amongst rubble. So, I think that's just a poignant moment. The moment for me that really stands out is the little guy that's in Schindler's factory, and he keeps coming in and saying, "Oh, I just want to thank you for giving me a job." And he says, "Oh, it's all right, that's fine. You got me a job, yeah, no problem at all." And then you see him out digging the road. In fact, did you not? I think he only had like one arm or something, and he's out trying to dig the road. And then the guy says to him, "Come on, you need to dig faster." And then he says, "Look, come here a wee minute," and he just fucking shoot the guy just for shits and giggles. In the same way Ralph Fiennes' character, you see him just standing on top of his little balcony, taking pot shots at people just for the sake of it.
Yeah, this is a film I've only ever watched once, because I think once is all that's needed. I think. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can't speak for my boys who are in their 20s. But I think our generation is like the last generation whose grandparents were actually there during either World War One or definitely World War Two. I mean, my granddad was all over the place in World War Two. I know he was at the taking of Monte Cassino and stuff like that. And I know my mum's mum, my nan, she of the Back to the Future bunk off school note. She was one, and when you see them in the films in the Air Force where they've got the little sticks and they're moving planes around on the big map on the table, that's what my nan used to do in World War Two. So I think films like this are important, that these sort of things don't get erased from history. The same way we still remember the stories of the War of the Roses and the Spanish Armada and stuff like that is because of books and that. And now we've got the medium of film. These are the films that tell those stories.
Yeah. And the thing is, a film that you could have watched 10 years ago, you could watch it 20 years from now, and it's still, because what Lukozer said, I actually forgot that it was in black and white. I remember just the little girl with the red jacket, but it is, you're right. Again, just what we were talking about earlier on, I forgot that it was in black and white, but it just makes it so much more authentic, and it could have been filmed 50 years ago,
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I am such a fan of black and white, because it doesn't age. Not at all. Colour ages within like a year. Black and white never does.
Yeah.
You want to see a great film that was originally made in colour? They brought out a black and white version. The remake Mad Max. When they brought out the I think, is it called the black and chrome version or something like that. It was called. It was basically the same film, but just a black and white print. I think it's a million times better if you watch the black and white version than if you watch the colour one.
I haven't even watched the newer Mad Max one. I just thought, what? No Gibbo.
Well, yeah, there is that. Yeah, it does struggle to overcome that, but it sort of manages it.
Funny, just in the reverse, we were talking in sort of part one of the video, Laurel and Hardy. My sister bought me in fact, I actually went to send a picture of you guys. I better watch what I'm saying because my girlfriend might be watching this later on. My second most favourite Christmas present that I got from my sister, and she usually buys me shite. She buys me stupid little novelty things, whatever, and you're like, oh, that's really funny, and then it goes in the door. I had this big box, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? And opening it up, and I thought it was going to be something crap. It's about that size, and it's Laurel and Hardy statue. She got it in Ulverston when she was down there before lockdown, and it's pridey placed in my living room. Absolutely fantastic. But yeah, one of my sisters bought me a DVD box set of Laurel and Hardy a couple of years ago, and it was all their films and their colourised.
Not the colourised ones. Oh no! I fucking hate that.
I've not even opened it, and I'm not going to open it because I'm not interested.
While I was living out in America, there was one time King Kong was about to come on, and it was the 33 version. Started up, colourised one. I didn't get past the opening credits. I turned it over. I fucking hate it when they colorise black and white films. And it always looks like shit. It looks like some kid's come along with a bloody coloured pencil and just coloured over it.
So, suffice to say, black and white is best. Definitely, every time. Right, Panther, back to you, son, I think it is.
Right, well, 1968 for me next. And this film is probably still the most prosthetic makeups used in a film. Charlton Heston, Kim Richards, Roddy McDowall, Planet of the Apes.
Which is my number 2. Oh, I got a different film poster though.
Well, I don't need to tell you it's a classic then, do I?
Oh, no. If we're talking pure science fiction, this is the greatest science fiction film ever made, I think. By a distance as well.
Yeah, it's a great film. I thought you knew I was having this in my list, so...
Well, I was, I wasn't sure if you were going to keep it in there or if you know... Anyway, I know now. But it means I can make a change to mine.
It does. It means you can talk about Nicole Williamson, probably.
Exactly.
Yeah, it is a classic sci-fi film. I chose to use one of the movie posters that doesn't give away the ending, because I'm worried about giving spoilers out. I mean, you're talking about a film that was made 52 years ago or whatever.
Yeah.
So if you don't know the ending of it now, you're never going to know the ending. But subsequent releases had a picture of a big long beach with the character of Taylor on his knees and a half-buried Statue of Liberty, which is the fucking twist at the end of the film. So why they'd put that on the boxes and that? Yeah. But yeah, great. In fact, I don't think there's a bad actor in this. For the time, I think the makeup still holds up today. No CGI. Brilliant. It is like he says, one of the best science fiction films ever made.
Yeah. I think one of the reasons why I rate this so highly, this is absolutely the kind of science fiction I like, where the actual sci-fi content itself is just a very sort of like thin veneer over the fact that what the actual story is really sort of about. And okay, it's not particularly subtle with this one. It's obviously, an anti-nuclear film. It's also obviously an vivisectionist, animal experimentation film. I don't care that it's not done very subtly. The film is just fucking great. It has, I think, the greatest ending in cinematic history. It also has the climax to one scene that just has everyone sort of absolutely clinging onto their chairs and that while watching it. After Charlton Heston is being chased around the ape city, he's finally caught. And that's when you get the take your stinking paws off me, you damn dirty ape. And then you realise, hang on a minute, this dramatic ending revolves around the fact that we're hearing a man talk, which we hear every day of our lives from the moment we're born. And yet, because the film is so well done, that is a genuinely sort of like, oh my God sort of moment, It seems ridiculous when you sort of describe it. Oh yeah, the big climax of that scene is a man speaks. But it fucking works.
I'll tell you
go on.
I was going to say, a bit that always gets me in the film as well is in the same scene where he's running about, where he comes across one of his fellow astronauts that's been lobotomized, and the other one that's been taxidermy, stuffed and mounted.
Yeah. The other thing, it also goes very much against like your typical science fiction, insofar as, apart from like the ship at the beginning, which of course sinks, there's no technology of any kind. The most technologically advanced thing you see in this film is a rifle, but it is still unquestionably science fiction.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I did watch it when I was really young, and I'm not a science fiction person. I watched it when I was about maybe 10, 12 years old, and if I'm honest, I got bored of it. I thought, oh, monkeys, and I probably, because I was too young to watch it, and because of that, I've just shied away completely from all the planet. I mean, I don't know how many. Was there not like Return to Planet of the Apes? There was quite a few.
There was 5 in total. Yeah.
So I've just completely avoided it. Even there was one came out a few years ago. But I've heard enough. That's why I was sitting intently listening to you guys. I've heard enough that I'm looking forward to watching it. As I said, I was probably far too young at the time to watch it. But I do like the sound of it. However, I do get a bonus point because my mum and dad bought me a Planet of the Apes mask. Do you not remember that? It's stuck on your jaw and you can talk with it. So I get a bonus point for that. I'll need to dig it out and I can put it on when I'm watching it. But
right, you also get a bonus point for being the only one of the three of us that was alive when it came out. So wasn't it?
I remember the original. This is actually a remake. This one. I'll be honest with you, you're talking about the most pathetics until you said the year. I thought you were going to say the Elephant Man, but anyway, no, I'll need to watch it. I watched it a bit when I was a kid, and I got bored of it. A 10-year-old me watching this, I just got bored. Would you say? I mean, what if you were to kind of put it in an age group? Would you say a 10-year-old is too young to watch it?
Well, no. Because I think I was quite young when I watched it, but then I've always kind of really liked science fiction and stuff like that. So,
yeah, same here. I'm thinking if you're a science fiction fan, then 10 is fine. If you're not a sci-fi fan, I guess it would be
a bit too cerebral, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, the newest Planet of the Apes films they made were a lot more action orientated, and the only point worth watching in them is because Charlton Heston's in it as an ape, and Mark Wahlberg grabs hold of him and he says, "Get your damn dirty hands off me, you damn human," or whatever. And that's it. There's no other reason to watch that one. And I think really this one and possibly the sequel
or Beneath.
Yeah.
I didn't really rate the rest of the Planet of the Apes films.
No, I was going to actually ask what you thought of the sequels.
Beneath's good.
I I thought Beneath was okay. I wouldn't say it was great, but it was certainly the best of the sequels.
Yeah, the only other one that I've really watched more than once and given it a second thought is the one with Ricardo Montalban in it, which I can't remember. Was that Planet of the Apes 7? I Shot JR or something.
Well, he's in two of them. He's at the very end of Escape from the Planet of the Apes, and he's in the start of Conquest of the Planet of the Apes.
Conquest, I'm thinking of then.
Yeah, that one was a bit shit.
Yeah, well, compared to the first one, they're all a bit shit.
Yeah, that's it. None of them compared to the first.
But again, the great thing with these videos, and hopefully people, this will be going into a podcast as well, the whole point of these is us talking about films that we like, and then you're thinking, oh fuck it, I've just listened to these three stooges talking for the last hour and a half, or whatever the hell it's going to run to, and I've got 7 films that I'm going to now go and see because they're highly rated, so that's another one for my list. So yeah, good one. Back to you.
No arguments about that one. Fantastic choice, which I'll say was my number 2. So I've now got to change it. So I have changed it, and I don't think this is going to surprise. Well, certainly not going to surprise one of us here. So yeah, this was. Hang on, let's get some info about it up on IMDb. So this was directed by John Boorman. And it is not Exorcist 2. This came out in 1981, and it is, I think, I'm desperately trying to do more than one thing at once here.
Please make it Sharknado. Please make it Sharknado.
Unfortunately, no, it's not Sharknado. It is the definitive film on the Arthurian legend, Excalibur. And I'm almost actually, I've got to admit, I'm kind of glad that Chris chose Planet of the Apes, because it meant that this film can now definitely be included on this list, because
that's exactly what I would have done if it was the other way around.
It was going to be a rather sort of ominous omission, and the only reason I didn't have it on my list originally is because I was absolutely convinced it was going to be on yours. But I mean, it's. I think, of all the films based on King Arthur, this one is the most accurate as far as, following Thomas Mallory's Le Morte d'Arthur book. I mean, it has everything. Fantastic performances by everyone in it, not least, of course, Nicole Williamson as Merlin.
Liam Neeson again.
Yeah, Liam Neeson returns again. It's has, I think, a fantastic soundtrack. Oh, yeah. Very generous helpings of Wagner, and you can't go wrong there. I mean, Wagner's music is just absolutely tailor-made for stories of knights and going into battle and all this sort of thing. It's perfect. It's not completely flawless when you consider the era it's supposed to be set in, and all these knights are wearing this extremely elaborate plate armour about 400 years before plate armour was actually invented. But you can forgo that, because everything else about it is just so well done. It has the whole mysticism that surrounds the druids and the pagans of of the era. It would actually be quite a strong consideration as the best film on my list, actually, apart from the one that's still to come.
When did this come out? 81?
81, yeah.
Yes.
Interesting note about the casting. You have Helen Mirren playing Morgana, and the reason that John Boorman chose Helen Mirren to play that role is because her and Nicole Williamson absolutely detested each other. So when you had the scenes of the two of them sort of like, really sort of, showing like content for each other, it was genuine. So it made it more realistic.
So what what age group was this set to?
It's an 18, I would have thought.
Yeah, I would have thought 18.
Yeah.
There's tits in it, Al. You'll love it.
Yeah, you'll love it.
One
Yeah.
on the list. Yeah. I've never. I mean, I've heard of it, but it's not one I've actually ever seen.
Never seen it. God. That's just inexcusable, that is, mate. God, yeah.
I'm not a film man at all. But I've got all these great films to watch, which is good.
Oh, this is a great film. Watch this one first. I'll tell you what. The music in this, I mean, the bits they use of Carmina Burana is it's unbelievably good. I mean, the way they've done the music, and I mean, seeing as you haven't seen it, I won't spoil the end. There's a piece of music that plays at the end when the sword goes through the air, and it's one of the best moments in cinema for me. The only reason this ain't on my list is for some reason I forgot about it, and I have no idea why. This was going to be one of my honourable mentions, so we could get it in there. But it's absolutely brilliant. I mean, Nigel Terry plays a part. Nicole Williamson, he as Merlin, is probably the best Merlin of all time.
Yeah, yeah.
As Sir Ian McKellen is Gandalf, Nicole Williamson is Merlin, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. I've just recently I found it on YouTube and I downloaded it to listen to in my own time. Nicole Williamson reading the unabridged version of The Hobbit. I'm looking forward to listening to that so I can hear him do Gandalf.
I bet he would be fucking good as Gandalf. Yeah, that would definitely be worth listening to.
Yeah,
I mean, it's hard to pick out individual scenes and say why they're good, because there are so many. It's just relentless, just how many great scenes, one after the other, after the other, after the other. It just does not stop. This of all the films that we've mentioned so far that you ain't seen there, this is definitely the one to watch first.
I mean, some of the acts in it, like we said, Liam Neeson's in it. One of your Baldy brothers, Sir Patrick Stewart, he's in it as well. Yeah. It's, I don't know, cinematically, thematically, everything that ends in atically, this film is really, really good.
Is it? I was actually thinking, well, it doesn't matter, I'm off tomorrow. I was thinking, I'm going to watch this tonight. I'm going to watch this. Does it need... I've got a 55-inch TV downstairs with surround the sound. Does it need that, or can I get away with it on my phone? I watch a lot of stuff on my phone.
There's no comparison. You've got to see it on the big screen.
Yeah, if you can do it in surround sound, mate, do it in surround sound. It's worth it for the soundtrack. When you've got the I would imagine, and I'm not taking the piss out of you now, Al. This is genuine. I'd imagine you'd call it the Old Spice music. O Fortuna from Carmina Burana. When that plays, when the knights are riding through the blossom, if you don't get the hairs go up on the back of your neck, then there's I'm sure you will. It's that good because it fits in with the mood of the film, because it really G's you up that point in the film as well. I'm not going to spoil it for you.
Well, I shall be watching it. What day is today? This is Tuesday. I'll be watching that on Thursday, and I'll make this my first port of call on Thursday. What film can I watch that we've featured so far? Can I watch on my phone tonight? 12 Angry Men, possibly?
You can probably get away with that one, because with that film, I think it was originally written as a radio play, because it's nearly all dialogue. There are some important visual things you need to see, but the vast majority of it is dialogue.
I mentioned to my girlfriend about 12, and she went, "You've never seen that?" I went, "No." You've never seen it? I went,
it's a reaction you should be getting used to by now, I think.
You can probably get away with a Maltese Falcon on your phone as well.
Yeah,
but you will have to pay attention to. Bogey's expressions and that, so
Good stuff. Excellent. Good choice. Right, remove that. Right, back to myself. Second to last. Right, I think, have we had, apart from Animal House, have we had any other comedies?
Well, Laurel and Hardy, I think, certainly come under comedy.
Laurel and Hardy. Is that being the only other comedy I think we've had?
Well, I don't know. Would you consider Schindler's List a comedy?
Well, it's a chick flick, that one, I think. Well, it's a kids' film.
Well, I've got one still in reserve, so.
This is the thing. Some people, you never. I don't read bloody movie magazines, but there's a lot of movie critics they're up their own backside when it comes to the films. You'll never get an action film winning an award. You'll never get a comedy winning the best picture. Why? Whatever. I don't know. Anyway, this is an out and out comedy. It's probably the film I've seen most out of any film that was on my list. It's a film that I'll go to watch something, and then I'll not be able to either find the DVD or I'll not be able to find the picture on Netflix. I'll go, fuck it, I'll just watch this, because I know every joke inside out. It never ever fails to make me smile, and it's this one. Oh, it's a bit of a small picture. You can see that anyway. Planes, Trains and Automobiles. I just think it's an absolutely superb, entertaining film. I'm a big fan of Steve Martin. I'm a big fan of John Candy. I just think the chemistry between them. There's so many, sort of one-off lines and that kind of stuff. It's got the emotions. It's a typical, what's his name? Can't remember the name of the guy. John Hughes. He did all the shit like what do you call it? Home Alone and all that kind of stuff. But I think this is an absolutely brilliant film. There's, like I says, I've seen it so many times. It's a film I'll go to watch something. I'll go, nah, fuck it. I'll just watch Planes, Trains and Automobiles because I know I'm going to enjoy it. I just think it's a brilliant film. It always makes me come away feeling really, really quite happy.
It's a good film.
I can say my bit quite quickly. I think I've never seen it because I'm not a fan of Steve Martin and I detest John Candy. So.
Really?
Yeah. There you go. That's me. Right, next.
What's the reason? Again, because I'm genuinely interested to know why. And you're saying you don't. What you don't? Sorry, what don't you like about John Candy? He's just.
He's got a face that makes me want to punch him every time I see him appear on screen. I don't think he's remotely funny. I just think he's a cunt. There you go.
Well, he's not going to be able to argue with you.
But you've never seen it though.
Nah.
And are you going to watch it?
I doubt it.
Nah,
that's the thing about Lukozer. He always holds back. I wish he'd come out and say what he means.
Come on,
Panther. Well, I always wonder if it's maybe. Actually, I'm sure you have. You both seen Clockwork, the John Cleese film?
Years ago.
Is this anything like that? No. Okay.
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay, because I like Clockwork, but yeah, this never grabbed me.
Yeah, I'm quite a sentimental bugger. I'm one of these people I can watch a film and I get right into the characters, and there's a lot. I mean, it's a typical John Hughes film. There's a lot of, it's very, very American. They've got to get home for Thanksgiving, but you feel sorry for the character with John Candy. But there's just so many separate scenes that I just think are absolutely hysterical. It quite literally. I mean, you could probably almost get Laurel and Hardy doing a take in this. I mean, you want them to everything to work out, and it just goes.
That's a big call, that
But it goes from bad to worse, and there's some. I mean, you've seen it, Panther, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, the standout bit is the car rental with the lots of swearing. I quite like John Candy. I don't mind Steve Martin either. If I was going to watch them, I'd probably watch The Jerk with Steve Martin and Uncle Buck with John Candy. But
yeah, I love them too as well. Yeah.
This is still a great comedy film, and it is funny. But you know, like you say, it is American comedy.
Mm-hmm.
It's a comedy. It's not gloss. I'm not going to go into any big. It's not got a deep story or anything like that at all. It's typical American. One guy's down in his lock, the other guy's trying to get home for Thanksgiving, and they basically can't get rid of each other. It does feature some video games, I'm sure, at one point. I think they're in a cafe and you see some arcade games, I'm positive. But no, I mean, for an out-and-out comedy, it's brilliant. Certainly my favourite John Hughes film.
I get the impression that, you know, for a film to be great, for you, Al, basically if it has video games and tits in it, you're fucking all over it, aren't you? You know?
Well, this one, it only gets a 9 out of 10 because there are no tits in it. I can think of.
I'm half expecting your number one to be a film by, you know, Doris Wishman, you know.
But yeah, anyway, that's my one. You're either going to love it. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, Lukozer obviously. Well, you've not seen it, but you don't like either two characters. And you know, if I was the same,
and also it's also I hate American comedy. American comedy for the last, I'd say, 60 years has basically consisted of, let's make sure we have one character who has a really irritating voice because that's fucking hilarious. At least certainly as far as their like television sitcoms go. I don't know about their films, but I'll end it there.
Anyway, right, let's move swiftly on.
Well, I liked it. Right. Well, I'm going to imagine then that Chris is probably not going to be a fan of my next film.
Oh God.
Home Alone 2.
No, it's not a Home Alone film. It involves a few actors from Saturday Night Live. I would go as far as to say that I would go as far as to say that this is sci-fi comedy horror, and he's going to hate it, but it's one of my most favourite films of all time.
Oh, thank fuck for that! I thought it was. Oh, I was way off.
This film, written by Ivan Reitman and Dan Aykroyd. It's Dan Aykroyd, Bill Murray, Harold Ramis, and also, even though he's not in the poster, Ernie Hudson at their all-time best. I think this was the peak for Aykroyd and Murray. I mean, you had like Caddyshack and Stripes and stuff like that. But this one, and you know, Sigourney Weaver as well, who is one of my favourite actors of all time. I think it's a fantastic film. It's got a bit of everything. The humour in this I find to be quite clever, but that's because Harold Ramis was behind it. He done clever comedy, and you were holding your head. I don't know what film you was thinking of, Chris, but as soon as you was like talking about the last one, I thought, well, he's going to fucking hate Ghostbusters then.
Well, actually, I've got to say, this is a rare exception, and I think it's because of what you just said there. Harold Ramis did most of the writing, and he is not your typical sort of like American comedian. It's more intelligent. And I think this is a great film. It wouldn't be in my 10. Well, obviously, it hasn't appeared in my 10. But you can't say it's a crap film. Not at all. Yeah, they really did a good job with this one.
More so than the one that came out in 2016, or the follow-up to this.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, sorry, Chris, you go.
I was just going to say they should have kept this as a one-off. It didn't need a sequel. It shouldn't have had one, and it certainly didn't need a fucking, you know, woke generation remake. Anyway, yeah, go on.
Yeah. No, I mean, I kind of put that in the same pot as like Back to the Future. It was a film that came out, was it 1985, 84, 85?
84, this one.
84 it was. Same with like Gremlins and that as well. They were just thoroughly entertaining. We were kind of on the sort of cusp of, you know, we'd gone from like your Sinbad films with like sort of stop motion plaster scene, and we were starting to get some basic special effects. So you had things like the ghosts and that kind of stuff. But really, I mean, the brilliant. I'm a massive. In fact, I want to ask Lukozer, are you a fan of Bill Murray per se?
He himself, yes, but he has done a lot of films that I am not that keen on. He's done some other good films, but I'm more of a fan of the man himself.
I mean, I think Bill Murray's just one of my favourite films is Kingpin. Him and was it Woody Harrelson? It's like the connection there. But anyway, we're talking about Ghostbusters. But no, I think you're not going to find anybody who's about 40, 50-year-old say this is a shit film. It was brilliant, and of course it spawned quite a good computer game as well. What's not to like?
Yeah,
trying to remember the good computer game that was spawned from this.
Another thing about this one is fairly catchy soundtrack as well, fairly popular theme tune, and that always makes me laugh. Now you must know about the big lawsuit with Ray Parker Jr. and Huey Lewis, because apparently, and they've been in and out of court countersuing each other for years. I'm not sure how it ended up, but apparently, and it does if you listen to them. This sounds a lot like the Ghostbusters music. Sounds a lot like a Huey Lewis track. And I listened to it and I thought, oh yeah, it does. I can see where they've got that from. Is it a direct rip-off? Well, obviously some sort of jury obviously said it was. When you hear the actual story behind it, originally they got Huey Lewis. They wanted him to do the soundtrack, but he was busy doing something else. So they got Ray Parker Jr. and they said, Ray Parker Jr., we'd like you to do a catchy song that we can release as a single to be like the main soundtrack to this. Any chance you could make it sound like Huey Lewis? So he did, and then he got fucking sued.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
It is, and it is. I mean, it is a great song. I mean, there's a great cover version by the thrash metal band Zentrix as well. That's worth listening to. Yeah,
I know the Eccentrics cover. Yeah,
I think just going back to talking about the sort of special effects. I mean, the start we're in the library and that woman suddenly appears. I mean, you can't help but shit yourself. It was, and that was all kind of. I don't know if that was CGI or not, but it probably was.
I remember when we went to see this at the cinema. My mum took me and my sister, and I also went with a schoolmate of mine. My sister won't be watching this, so she won't care. Yeah, she fucking burst into tears at that moment. She didn't like it at all.
Go get her, Ray. I mean, it's like it's Bill Murray's delivery. I mean, I know he's reading the script and what have you. It's the way he delivers it. It's like the bit where Sigourney Weaver's character Dana gets turned into one of like the hell beasts, and he turns around to the others. He goes, "Okay, so he's a dog," and that still does me to this day. It absolutely kills me. I mean, Bill Murray's he does steal the show in this. I have to be honest. Just playing a gruff, well, he's playing Lukozer basically, isn't he?
Well, yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, that sounds all right to me. Yeah.
King of the Deadpan, yeah.
Yeah, and like you say, Al, the effects are great. I mean, the effects of the proton pack shooting. The bit where they're getting the first Slimer in the hotel room, and the kind of Spengler loses control and he's shaking it like that, and they go, "Oh, nice shooting, Tex." The effects of that being sprayed up against the wall. I mean, that weren't even computer graphics, was it?
Yeah, it was just animation, wasn't it? Yeah.
Left perfect lines in the wall. It was so well done. And I mean, all right, the sequel is nowhere near as good. And I agree with Chris. They shouldn't have bothered with the sequel. Although the one that's currently being made does look interesting. I have to say that. It does.
They have actually started making it then. It is in production.
There's a couple of trailers out already.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen any about that. The last I heard, it was all still up in the air, and then apparently got canned in favour of that fucking remake. Yeah. So I didn't know anything about that. The fact that the next one is actually being done.
I've seen
I was going to say
Sorry,
Go on, Al.
Chris. No, you go, mate.
The actual third story of Ghostbusters is the console game. I think it's out on PC as well, because it's got all the actors back doing the voices, and you play the part of a newbie that's been hired to help them out. And I'm not sure if Sigourney Weaver's in it, but all the Ghostbusters are, including Ernie Hudson.
Including Harold Ramis.
Yeah, because this is before he died.
It was made that long ago.
PlayStation 3. I've got.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the film, right? Yeah.
Oh, no,
okay,
not the film. I'm talking about the game that come out.
Right.
It's even got William Atherton in it. It's got that many actors. The new film, it looks like they're cashing in on the past, and I think one of the younger actors in it is one of the kids that's in Stranger Things. That's a program that's set in the 80s anyway, and that's really well done as a period piece.
Mm.
So they've I think they're doing like the next generation sort of thing, because the trailer goes on about, oh, this was like a house that your granddad left us sort of thing, and one of the kids opens up a cupboard, and one of the suits fall out, and you see the badge Spengler written on it. So I'm pretty sure that it's going to tie it properly with the original film, because there's a bit because I know Paul Rudd's in it, he that played Ant-Man, and that there's a bit where he says what you don't know about what happened in the 80s, and he shows them a video of the end of the first Ghostbusters film where they're like, he goes, oh, they were like stars and they were celebrities, and there's a bit where they get Ecto-1 out, and the bit that did it for me in the trailer is the kids take Ecto-1 out into a field and they flip the siren on, and it's that siren, and that sound done it for me. So
yeah,
I don't care how shit the film is. I don't care what critics say. I don't care what Rotten Tomatoes says. I'm going to watch it and make my own mind up, regardless of what they say, because it's being written by Jason Reitman under the guidance of his dad, along with Dan Aykroyd, and bits that were left over from Harold Ramis. So it's not going to be worse than the 2016 woke version anyway, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Right, go on now. I've interrupted you.
No, I was just going to say, I've seen it. I saw a couple of little kind of like, not previews, people taking, I think there was somebody had wandered onto the set and they'd taken a photograph of like the hearse thing. But I've not seen the trailer. So is that trailer available on YouTube?
Yeah, both of them available on YouTube.
I'll need to go and look at that. It will not be as good as the original. You'll never outdo the original.
No, because it's being made for today's audience. But from what I'm hoping is, because Jason Reitman's doing it with a lot of input from Ivan, his dad, I'm hoping that at least the comic timing will be there, and the reverence to the past will be there, and it won't all be bang, 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 bang in your face like an Avengers film or a Marvel film or whatever.
Mm-hmm. I can't even remember fucking anything about the second one. I have seen it several times. I just remember a bit going down. In fact, it's probably the bits that was in the computer game going down. Aye, so it was so forgettable. I can't remember anything about it. Which is probably not a bad thing, actually.
I don't mind the second one because I liked revisiting the characters, but it's not the best film by a long shot.
No.
Cracking one, yep. No qualms about that one. So I think we're on to the number 10 from all of us now, eh?
Or number one, as certainly mine is.
Right, okay, Mr. L. This is the last one for you.
All right.
Your number one.
Yeah, my number one. With these sort of lists, a lot of the time I find it like really hard to come up with, what am I going to put as the number one, the best one? In this list, it picks itself. It was the first film on the list. I consider it to be the greatest film I've ever seen. I also can safely say that no one would ever predict that this would be my number one choice. Made in 1980. Directed by David Lynch, starring Anthony Hopkins, John Gielgud, and in the title role, John Hurt. It's already had a sort of mention on the off chance tonight. And, yep, it is, as it's now shared, The Elephant Man.
What a
Now,
classic.
did you honestly think this was going to be my number one?
Well, I did, but
Well, yeah, that's because you knew I'd picked it. Yeah, I accidentally gave it away in one of our chats.
I was going to say, how come you guys seem to know what each other are picking? Are you kind of talking out with the little chat part? I mean, you tend to kind of talk a lot more during the day than
I think it's not because we've been telling each other what films we've been picking. Before Chris had the idea to do this, me and him have been sort of sharing a lot of music backwards and forwards, and we got on talking about films because there was an Elite Dangerous video he was doing, and I was on the live stream. I was helping him shoot shit out of stuff on one of the live streams, and someone in the comments said something about a film, and I happened to mention the film The Andromeda Strain. And he was like, "Oh, that's like proper sci-fi." Yeah. And then I mentioned Planet of the Apes, and we've spoke about films quite a lot over the last few months.
Yeah.
Did you see the name of it? Because this is going to go into a podcast. I don't know if you mentioned it. The Elephant Man. Yeah.
The Elephant Man. Yeah. Yeah. Quite simply, I think the greatest film ever made, or certainly the greatest film I've ever seen. I mean, I'm sure you both know who the executive producer of this film was.
Well, I might do. I've probably heard of him.
Yeah, it was Mel Brooks.
Right.
But he insisted that his name didn't appear anywhere in like the promotional material or on any of the film posters because he thought, well, he knew that if people saw his name on there, they would think it was going to be a comedy film. And it is anything but.
Mm-hmm.
This is also the film that caused a bit of a sort of uproar in the, I think it would have been the 81 Oscars. Everyone was saying it should have got an Oscar for makeup, but of course then there wasn't a category at the Oscars for makeup, and it was because of this film that there now is one. But it didn't get like a special or an honorary Oscar or whatever you want to call it anyway. So yeah, it didn't actually win any. Not that, winning Oscars has certainly no impact on whether I think a film is good or not. Yeah. So,
just love is fucking lording it up over each other.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same with any of the, fucking award ceremonies. So, yeah, I mean, it's not a particularly accurate portrayal of the life of, well, for a start, they don't even get his name right. He's John Merrick in the film. His real name was Joseph Merrick. Although there is a reason why they got the name wrong, which I can come to a bit later on, I guess. Yeah, they do take artistic license a bit with this one. In this film, he's sort of being, displayed at the circus freak show against his will, whereas in real life, he went to the circus. He worked there willingly and was pretty fucking successful, as you can well imagine. He wasn't mistreated at all in the circus freak show. For years, I've been interested in the life of Joseph Merrick, so that's another reason why I'm such a fan of the film. There are moments in it which, a bit like other films I've mentioned, you would need to have a heart of stone, not for to get a lump in the throat watching this. There are other moments in it where the characters genuinely make you feel not just slight hatred, but absolute contempt for just how fucking horrendous some of the people are in here, which is testament to how well they were, how good a job the actors did. obviously Michael Elphick and Freddie Jones in particular for those two. I just think it is almost faultless. The weird thing is, although it is, my number one, my favourite film of all time, I cannot stand anything else David Lynch ever did. So it really is a one-off in that regard.
I love the film.
What about Kenny Lynch?
Well, he was a very different man, wasn't he? Yeah.
Sorry, Al, carry on.
Now, this is a film I've seen. I remember watching it as quite young. I think I watched it with my mum, and it's shocking. I don't know if there's ever been anybody that's been born that looks quite like him since then. Hopefully not, because if you've never seen it, then go and watch it, and you'll get quite shocked actually by what you see. I mean, this poor guy was. Well, you were saying, I'm actually quite glad to hear you say that, Lukozer, that, I mean, the film portrays him as being very neglected. Yeah, and there are some horrific moments in it where he's badly treated by people. But as you say in the cinema, in the film, he was kind of roped into performing, etc., etc. It's one of these ones that just leaves a mark. It's got the same kind of effect as Schindler's List has. It shocks you by just how despicable the human race can be at times.
Oh, yeah.
It's awful. It really is. But
the only part of the film where he's has a really sort of bad run that is genuinely what happened is when he's trying to make his way back from. Well, it doesn't show in the film, but the circus that he was travelling with went over to mainland Europe, and they were in Belgium. And in the film, it has Freddie Jones basically kicking him out, and the other circus performers help him escape. What actually happened was he got robbed, and so he had to try and make his own way back to Britain, and with no money, he effectively had to stow himself away on I think it was like a paddle steamer or something that came back to Harwich. And then, when he was in Liverpool Street train station, the scene where you've got the quote there, "I am not an animal, I'm a human being," that really did happen. And that was at Liverpool Street station there, which is where I go every time I go into London. That's one pretty horrendous part of the film that really did happen. They weren't using artistic license for that.
What is it about the film? You've said it's the perfect film. I'm curious as to know what defines it as a good film. I mean, it's a harrowing film. It leaves a mark in you. And I'll say to my girlfriend, "Oh, do you want to watch a film tonight?" "Oh yeah, let's watch." And it'll be some fucking shitty thing about some CIA undercover. I says, "Why don't we watch Schindler's List?" "No, that's too depressing." "Why don't we watch Alive?" "No, that's too depressing." I like films to sometimes end in a low. I don't always want films to end in a high. What is it about the film that makes it the perfect film?
I honestly can't tell you. I don't know what it is about it, but it just does everything right. Probably the strength of the performances, particularly from Anthony Hopkins and John Gielgud. Obviously, the performance of John Hurt. I mean, there's a 12-hour makeup job that he had to go through when they were, putting the makeup effects on him. So he really did suffer for his art there. And there is only one scene in the entire film where you have even the vaguest idea that it's him. Because the rest of the time, obviously he doesn't look anything like him. It doesn't even sound like him. But trying to actually describe what it is about it that makes me think that it is so good, I really can't put it in the words, but it just does everything absolutely perfectly. Another thing that they did change, although it was a change for the better, his speech is much clearer in this film. in real life, it was so difficult to understand what he said that Frederick Trees would have to be in the room with everyone, and he would be translating for him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, just also to add about the thing about the name change. Frederick Trees wrote a book called The Elephant Man and Other Freaks, or something along those lines. And in the original manuscript, he was always referring to him as Joseph Merrick. But Frederick Trees developed Alzheimer's. And before the book was finished and written, and no one really knows why he did this, he went through and crossed out all references to Joseph and then would write it in pen or whatever over it, John. And they've kept the John name in this. So there you go, another fact for you.
It's an absolute classic film. And another one in black and white as well.
Yeah. David Lynch always admitted freely that when he first started making films, he made them in black and white purely because it was cheaper. But I think by the time he got to this one, he made it in black and white because it just suited the material so much better than if they'd made it in colour. So it wasn't a budget reason for this one. It was because it was really a film that just was asking to be made in black and white. Colour, it wouldn't have worked, not at all.
Mm-hmm. I think John Hurt's the only person that could have really pulled this one off. I think,
Very possibly. I can't picture anybody else in the role. No, I can't imagine anyone else doing it.
I remember after I saw this film, I then I saw Freaks on Channel 4, and that's kind of similar, obviously. It's circus acts. That's quite a depressing film as well. But
that's another great film, though. That's another one definitely worthy of a mention. You seen that one, Chris?
Not familiar with that one, no.
Freaks.
It's a 1930s or 1920s sort of Laurel and Hardy era film called. It's just called Freaks. It's not a long film.
I think it was banned. Was it not banned at some point? Because
probably, by the sounds of it, yeah, it would be a film that was banned.
And it was all. Sorry, Panther. You finish.
Oh, it's you've got a couple of dwarves, midgets, small people, vertically challenged, whatever you're supposed to say nowadays. You've got like a lad knit that's sort of got no body from the belly button down.
Yes, yeah.
You've got the Alice Lagoon looking ones, with the big lips and the sort of pointy heads, and it's about some woman basically tries to diddle one of the small people out of his money, and that. I'm not going to say any more than that. It's worth a look. I think you would actually really like it, going on what I know of what you like.
It's sounds
like it, yeah.
It's kind of, I wouldn't say it's a horror film, but what makes it so disturbing is the people in it are I'm not going to call them freaks. They're genuinely, it's the proper actors. It's the proper people that are in it. So the guy that's talking,
I would say, I mean, they were working in a freak show. They freely called themselves freaks. None of them were there against their will. They all actually said, I will. I want to work in the freak show because, let's face it, a lot of the time, especially in Joseph Merrick's case, it was the only way they could actually make money, and they made good money. They did make a good living out of it.
I remember googling it. Was it Tom Thumb, who was a genuine midget? He was a fucking superstar.
Yeah.
He had all the ladies, and he was getting well paid for being this midget.
Partly
he's a bit of a cunt as well, just because of it. He was a bit of a sort of a triple A.
That does happen quite a lot. Yes.
But yeah, Freaks. I'm really surprised you've not seen that one. You need to Google it. You'll probably find it. It'll probably be on YouTube. I remember it getting shown in Channel 4. And I think, was it not banned?
They did like the band series, and they were showing lots
the red
of
triangle.
That was that as well. Yes.
But that's worth a watch. Yeah, kind of similar. But what makes it more disturbing is the people that you see were the genuine freaks. You know what I mean? The Elephant Man's an absolute classic, and it's. it's one that could easily have appeared on my list, and it's certainly one I'm going to watch again at some point. Stone Cold classic.
I did watch a it was a YouTube video. There's a guy I watch called 42. He's a young lad, but he does some really interesting videos, and he did one about Joseph Merrick that was that told the story that differed from the film. Like being stuck in Belgium and actually earning good money and that. Like pretty much what you said. And that was quite an interesting video. I watched that within the last couple of months. So yeah, very good.
And for the younger viewers, Michael Jackson allegedly tried to buy his bones, did he not?
No, that wasn't true.
Was that right? Was that made up?
Well, I think he made an initial sort of approach, and because his skeleton's kept at the museum of, I think it's at the London Hospital in Whitechapel, and it never went beyond that. There was no way they were going to sell it.
Another interesting note about his skeleton. Over all the years where they've taken DNA samples and done tests and that on it, they still to this day don't know exactly why he was as he was. Some of it they understand, but he had so many different things going on. They don't know. They still haven't worked out exactly why he was the way he was.
Yeah. Go on.
I was going to say they understand about what's now known as elephantitis, where the skin keeps growing and the bones keep growing. But he had so many other things wrong with him. He must have had scoliosis because of how curved his spine was. He basically rolled a 1, didn't he, on his D20?
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, the original diagnosis was neurofibromatosis, but there were a lot of symptoms of that he didn't have. And eventually it was discarded, and they said no, he didn't have that. And also neurofibromatosis is not as rare as people might think. There are plenty of people out there who have it, but they have no physical disabilities or anything like that, no physical disfigurements. All they have is they have these. They're called cafe au lait spots, and it's just light-coloured spots on their skin or something. I think it's a bit like shingles, but it's not as painful. And that's like the main sort of visible symptom of it. So then they came up with the diagnosis that he had Proteus syndrome, which was far more accurate when you consider his the deformities that he had. And that is very rare, but there are still people out there. You were saying earlier about you hope there's nobody out there who looks like him, but yes, there are. But they did actually finally manage to get a DNA sample, but it wasn't from the skeleton. The skeleton had effectively been made useless because the bleaching product or the bleaching method that was used to preserve it. But they managed to get a DNA sample from the dried saliva from within the mask that he wore. I don't think it was a complete sample, but they discovered that yes, he did have neurofibromatosis and he also had Proteus syndrome. But they know there are other things as well that he had. So yeah, like you were saying, I mean, he had the lot. I mean, it's unbelievable that one person could have had all of these, ailments, but he did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely worth it. Well, it's a film I think you have to watch.
Yeah, definitely.
It could easily have appeared on my list for sure. So, anyway, just to kind of my last one. Now, I've not put mine in any order at all. It was slightly more uplifting than that last one, and hopefully no less as bad or as good, whatever. It's a film. It wasn't his first film, but it was a film you're going to know when I start talking about it. It was a film that he wrote. And he took it to the studio, and they said, that's great, and then they said they're going to get somebody to play this part, and he insisted that he got the part. And it's there you go, it's Rocky. Great film. I mean, we've mentioned how important. I mean, I think the Rocky theme tune is just as important to this as Jaws was to Jaws. Star Wars was to Star Wars. Fantastic music. I mean, I am a fan of Sylvester Stallone. Yeah, I know most of his stuff, that he's done. It's all popcorn, easy to watch stuff. But I think he plays a great part, and again, it's a purely it's a perfect kind of story for a film, and I think it's a great film. The second one is not bad. The third one is absolutely shit. The fourth one is shit, and there's not really been another good one since then. The first one is standalone the best. I just wish they'd left it maybe after number 2, but I think it's a great film, and I think Sylvester Stallone, he deserves a lot of credit for the fact that he wrote this, and I think I'm glad to see that he got to play the main part.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest, I prefer his other character in films that begins with R, because I like the mindless violence, and I mean, First Blood's a great film, but yeah, the first 2 Rocky films are superb. I'm not a particularly big fan of boxing, but I'm not going to deny how good this is. I mean, when you've got actors like Burgess Meredith in it and people like that, it's a classic.
Yeah, Burgess Meredith is the one who really does it for me. He's fantastic in this. I'm like you. I'm not really a boxing fan, but I think what puts a lot of people off this is they say, I'm not really a fan of boxing, so it's not a film for me. Well, it's not a boxing film. Yes, there is a boxing match at the end of it, but it's not a film about boxing. It's far more than that. The other thing is, and this to be honest, has played the Rocky films from start to finish. The boxing matches themselves are fucking ridiculous. Any one punch that gets thrown in a Rocky film would fucking floor a professional. In this one, they just stand there and fucking take it all the time. Nobody ever defends in the whole fucking lot of them. Anyway, I'll get off that. But yeah, the film is far more than just the boxing content, and realise you don't have to look too deep into it to see that, so it does really irritate me when people say, oh no, I'm not going to like it because I don't like boxing. No, there's far more in it than that.
Yeah, that's not what I was saying. I mean,
no, I know it's not.
Yeah, I was saying this film to me is it's a quintessential hero's journey film, isn't it? Rags to riches, the hero.
Exactly, yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's the rags to riches. Defeat, overcome all the odds and everything else.
The thing is, I'm sure everyone's seen Rocky, but it doesn't really end on a high as such. Without giving too much away.
It doesn't. I mean, I know what you mean, but it ends on as much of a high as it could do without being ridiculous. It could be seen as a bit of a brave choice, the ending, but I think the ending actually makes a lot more sense. It would have been a bit ridiculous if it had been the predictable ending,
Yeah, I think is it Burt Young that plays what's he called? I can't remember his bloody girlfriend's name. Plays Adrian's brother. He's just an absolute arsehole.
Yeah, he's a real scumbag,
yeah. It's like, well, I was going to say rags to riches. It's rags to rags, effectively. But yeah, and of course you've got Carl Weathers, who I'm not a fan of. I just think he's an arrogant arsehole. In fact, I saw he was meant to be appearing at a Comic-Con in Glasgow. And then I happened to read. I thought that's one person that I would gladly pay £15 to get my picture taken with him. And then I read some reviews saying he's an absolute cunt, and I thought, right, nah, fuck that. He's not getting 15 quid of my money, but he ended up not appearing in it. But so yeah, Carl Weathers, he's a typical all-American hero, and you just want him to get beaten. You really do.
Oh, okay. I mean, other than this and Predator, obviously, I don't really know him for anything else.
No, me either.
No, do you guys watch The Mandalorian at all? The new thing that's on.
I haven't.
Well, you know, watch that. You need to watch that. That's good. If you don't like, if you like the first 3 Star Wars films and then the rest of them are shit, then The Mandalorian kind of rectifies that. The Mandalorian could quite easily be the Star Wars film that was never made. You need to watch that. Made by Disney, and you know, it's good. Trust me in that.
Yeah, I know it is. It's Jon Favreau, so I mean,
It's well made. But I've got to say, I love
Carl
that.
Weathers in it by any chance?
What's that?
Is Carl Weathers in it?
He is, yes.
All right, okay.
I was wondering actually what the connection was. Yeah.
He's had a bit of work done, I think. Let's leave it at that. But got to say, I love that. We've been going on and on and on about black colour and black and white. I mean, I think that's a beautiful. I would love to have that on my wall. It's a really, really nice film poster. That.
Well, you've got a printer now, haven't you?
Yeah, that's true. I know. But I mean, people always think, oh, fucking written and directed by Sylvester Stallone. Well, I don't fancy that. But you know,
I mean, he's done some throwaway stuff, but Sylvester Stallone has done some good films. I mean, I know he didn't write it, but First Blood is a terrific film.
yeah.
The sequel, Rambo: First Blood Part 2, is just great popcorn fodder, and it's a good action film. Whether you know, regardless of anything else, the set pieces are superb in it. Who else has he been in I really like? What's the one with Sandra Bullock in the future? Demolition Man. That's a great film.
I wasn't overly keen on these sort of 90s films. You had the Cliffhanger, and he was all about...
Stop or my mum will shoot, yeah.
Cliffhanger was quite a few levels above Stop or My Mum.
Even Stallone himself says that was an absolute pile of shit, because I know there's a bit of sort of like friendly rivalry between him and Schwarzenegger. All he has to do is mention Stop My Mum Will Shoot. I mean, it's fucking awful.
Or Cobra then, you know. Cobra was a fucking pile of shit as well.
Yeah. But
just like the game.
Actually, there's a I think it's called Lock Up, a more recent, like within in the last sort of 10, 15 years. That I think it was like the first film that Stallone and Schwarzenegger double-headed, and it's actually not a bad film. It's a bit silly, but it's not a bad film.
What was the film with Kurt Russell? Was that not Lock Up or something? Or
no, Lock Up was the one with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Well, what was the one he starred in? One with Kurt Russell, where
Tango and Cash.
Oh, that's what it was. That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, that's one of them 90s ones that you were speaking of.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right.
Yeah, it's all right. I mean, bloody hell, Rambo 4, the fourth Rambo film, where he goes to
he goes or something or whatever.
No, he goes to oh bloody hell, I can't remember the name of the place now. Burma.
Burma.
He goes to Burma. The body count in that is absolutely ridiculous. It's like the most bodies in a film ever. And I watched an interview with Sylvester Stallone about the film, and he went, well, he goes, I had to tone it down. I was like, this is after I'd seen it. I was like, are you serious? and he said to the interview, he goes, I had to tone it down, otherwise I wouldn't have got a certificate. He goes, to get an 18, or yeah, it's an 18 now. To get an 18, I had to, or R-rated they call it now, don't they? I had to tone it down because what they're doing in Burma is so bad. That film opens up with a rice, like a paddy field, and you got a load of soldiers on one side and a load of soldiers on the other side that are all exchanging money, and they get these people out of trucks and put them in this rice field and send them across, and they're taking bets on who's going to make it across because this thing's loaded with mines. And that's the first scene of the film, his body's blowing to bits. And Stallone said he toned it down, so fuck me, what Burma's really like if that's a tone down.
Actually, one of my mates has met him. My mate used to work for, used to be the editor for Total Film, and he's met Sylvester Stallone, and he says, a nicer guy you couldn't get. He says he's actually a genuinely nice bloke. I always think he comes across pretty well, but...
If it is the real Stallone, there's one of those Paul McCartney type conspiracies about Sylvester Stallone in there.
No, you're joking.
Yeah, that he died in 1980 something or other, and he's been replaced, and now that's why he looks so different now. Not the fact that he's like 40 fucking years older. Then
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, can I be Mr. Pedantic just for a second?
go on then.
Okay, it's not Burma, it's Myanmar. There you go. Right.
Was that? Oh, fuck off! Was it? All right. I'm going to pay you back with my number one film. I tell you.
Yeah, I'm horrible feeling you are. Yeah.
Here's an interesting fact, and I'm sure you're going to tell me I'm talking pish. I watched a video, and it was what's his face, Frank Stallone, and he'd phoned. He was basically down in his luck, and he phoned Sylvester Stallone to see if he could get a part in Saturday Night Fever. Apparently, Sylvester Stallone, did he direct it or write it or something? He was involved.
He was something quite major behind the scenes about.
I didn't know that. I'm like, what?
I can't remember what his actual role was, but yeah, he did have a fairly major part in its production. Yeah,
That's a better film than people give it credit for as well.
Saturday Night Fever. I don't I don't despise it, but yeah, it is much better than the subject matter would have you think it was going to be.
Yeah, it's not just about dancing, you know.
Yeah.
There's
The prime example of a film like that is the Full Monty. I remember when I saw that and I was like, look, I'm not going to be interested in this fucking film about male strippers. No, thank you. It's a fucking fantastic film, though.
Yep, I agree with that one now.
Yeah, there's a lot of films like that.
So anyway, yeah, here we go, right? The last one there, Panther, for yourself, son?
Well, for a start, both of you are going to disagree with me. Chris is going to hold his head in his hands, but I'm going to 1986. I'm going for James Cameron. I'm going for a film that's got four of my all-time favourite actors in. Those actors being Lance Henriksen, Bill Paxton, Michael Biehn and Sigourney Weaver. My number one film is a sequel, and it's Aliens. Now, before we say anything else about this is not a better film than the original. I'll hold my hands up. The original film is a better film. I prefer this one. I think it's more of the age I was like 14 when this come out. And when this come out on video, me and my mate Jonesy, we sat there and we watched this about 6 or 7 times in a row on one Saturday. We used to have to go into his brother's room because his brother had the video player, and his brother was a vet or something, so he was out on call. So he was out for like 24 hours, and he said we could use his room, and we watched Aliens about 6 times. I absolutely love this film. I don't care what anyone says. I know it's a mindless popcorn flick, but it's not just like they do them today, because it follows on. There's an underlying story, and if you've ever watched the director's cut, which is 28 minutes longer, that makes it a much better film.
Yeah, director's cut is definitely the one to see, or special edition, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I mean, well, let's clear one thing up. I don't hate the film. I don't think the film is shit. What I hate is when people say this is better than Alien. No, it isn't. The other thing, of course, is it is a totally different film genre from Alien. It may be set in the same universe. It has the same central character and obviously the same, titular creatures. But Alien is a horror film, and this is it's not a horror film. It's basically a war film.
Yeah. Yes, it's a sci-fi war film with a hint of horror or a hint of body horror to it. Whereas, like the first one, it's a slasher flick, basically. Halloween in space, if you will.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember seeing, I love the original Alien. That's a film I need to watch again. I've not seen it for quite a long time. And then this one came out in video. I think my mate got a copy of it or something, and I watched it, and I was disappointed, and I've never watched it since. It probably is a good film, but I was kind of wanting more of what Alien was, and it's, as Lukozer said, it's completely different. It's the same beast, same enemy, but done in completely different styles. And you can't really compare them, but I will need to re-watch this.
Yeah, I don't think there's any duff acting in it at all. Michael Biehn gets a bad press for being a one-dimensional actor, but I really, all the films I've seen him in, and even the crappy throwaway television series Adventure Incorporated. There's just something about the way he presents himself on screen I quite like. I thought he was great in the Terminator film, which that was up for contention in this list. That's definitely one of my honourable mentions. But yeah, there's just I don't know what it is about this film. It's not because I like big guns and marines or anything like that. I think I like the fact that the character of Ripley has gone from escapee to protector. And you've got the whole bit at the beginning where she gets back to Earth 57 years later. So a lot of her family have passed on. Her daughter's grown up. Like, she's an old woman now. Her 16-year-old daughter is now 70-odd.
I think actually in that it's saying that her daughter had died.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, I think
it depends which version you watch.
If you go by the special edition, because I'm not even sure it gets a mention, doesn't it, in the original theatrical release?
Probably not much. It's been so long since I've seen the original, because I bought the box set of 1, 2, and 3 on video. Then I bought 1, 2, 3, and 4 on DVD, and then I got 1, 2, 3, and 4 on Blu-ray now. So it's been a long while since I've seen the original cut of it. But yeah, there's nothing about this film I don't like. The model effects are superb. The creature effects are absolutely superb. I mean, I know he didn't have as much hand in it as he did with the first one, but anything designed by H.R. Giger is just out of this world body horror.
Yeah.
It was probably kind of this was to Alien, which probably Jaws 2 was to Jaws. The original films are all about.
It's not that bad.
I don't mind Jaws 2, to be fair, but you get to see it. The whole point of the original films was it was what you didn't see, and your brain filled in the gaps. It was very, very much a kind of bit of a mindfuck, whereas this is just out and out, guns blazing. But I will absolutely. When I watched it, I did remember watching it right through, and I was disappointed. And I've kind of avoided Alien films. I've seen, I think I've seen them all, everyone that's kind of come out. But I will need to kind of revisit this one.
Yeah, I mean, the first one. I mean, I'm not going to argue it. It's the best of the lot. But I prefer Aliens. Maybe it's because of my age at the time. I don't know. It's just something about this story I like. And, when you get onto Alien 3, I thought that was a good film. A lot of people didn't like that. I thought that was a pretty good film because that took it back to being one alien on a planet where no one's armed. Alien 4 was rubbish. I enjoyed Prometheus for what it was. I haven't watched Alien Covenant, so I don't know what that's like. I mean, I really like the actor Danny McBride, but I like him in Eastbound and Down. I don't want him in a serious sci-fi film.
I kind of lost interest in the Alien films when you started pairing them up, Alien versus Predator.
That fucking shit.
Yeah, I haven't watched any. Well, I've watched the first one because I think I bought it on DVD for £2 from Blockbusters when they were closing down, but
and ripped off then, eh?
Yeah, so even then, yeah, you feel like going back demanding your money back. Alien 3, I just couldn't get into. Even Brian Glover couldn't save it. The one thing I do like about it, I thought Alien 3 had a great soundtrack. I think the soundtrack to that film, I think, is superb. Alien 4 is trying to be surreal and is just ridiculous, and I can never take Ron Perlman seriously. I just think, fucking someone took the, beat him about with the ugly stick fucking seriously. All you need is a film with him and who's that cunt from Speed 2? I can't remember it anyway, but put those two together in a film. Oh dear. And unfortunately, I have seen Alien Covenant, and if you only, if people who have not seen that film only listen to one piece of advice that I give, make it this one: do not waste your time watching that fucking shite.
What did you think of Prometheus?
It bored the fuck out of me. It's basically 2 hours of backstory that no one asked for.
Oh, fair enough. I didn't mind that. I mean, my sister-in-law is a big fan of the Alien franchise, and she was helping me out when I was working in a tattoo shop. And when that sort of came to an end, I said, "Look, I really appreciate, you was doing it for virtually fuck all money." I said, "You're best friends with my missus. You're married to my brother. I'm going to take you out to the pictures. When Prometheus comes out, I'll pay and we'll go and see that together, because I don't think my brother's a massive fan. I know my missus isn't a massive fan. She's watched the films with me, so I went with my sister-in-law and we went and saw that together. I think I can't remember. I think we saw it in 3D, and that is the first 3D film I've seen where they didn't try and throw stuff out the screen. It was all about depth. I've seen a few. Like I saw Avatar in 3D, and that was all about stuff coming out in your face. With Prometheus, it was all in depth, so it looked like the screen was going back a long way rather than it all being thrust out of you. It didn't have someone coming up and doing that at the screen, like they do normally. Yeah. So perhaps I've got happy memories linked to that film, so maybe that's why I didn't mind it. I mean, but you're right, it was 2 hours of backstory.
Yeah.
Anyway, yep, that is it. That's 10, is it? Yeah, I think it is. 30 films, bloody hell, that you must go and see. What I will do is I'll put in the comments down below, we'll list said 30 films. I'm going to certainly make an attempt to watch all the ones that I've not seen, which is quite a few. You guys have got a couple. You need to watch Chariots of Fire, though. That's a classic. And for yourself, Lukozer, you need to watch Freaks, although that didn't appear in the list. But I hope it'd be interesting to hear the feedback on this video and podcast, because I think it definitely lends itself well to a podcast. Let us know what you think. It's always good fun making these types of videos. If there's enough, in fact, you know what? Fuck it, I don't give a shit. We'll be back for a top movies too, regardless.
We do have some honourable mentions of films that are great. They may not have made it onto this list, but are certainly worthy of inclusion. We've already mentioned Alien. The Evil Dead should absolutely have been on here.
Yeah.
But, we can only pick 10 each.
Yeah.
I mean, I was going to... One of my honourable mentions was Excalibur, but due to Planet of the Apes, that one snuck in.
Yeah, that was a rather happy taking advantage of the duplicate there. The Life of Brian would be a film that absolutely needed to be on here, but we can only pick 10. For me, I would also include Moby Dick, the version with Gregory Peck. I think that is a fantastic film. It's nigh miraculous it got made, considering just how problematic the production was. There are plenty of great ones that would certainly be worth adding, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, yeah, I mean, my honourable mention is probably the greatest ever Christmas film, and that's Die Hard, because I really like that film as well.
And that's for episode 2. So anyway, listen, thank you very, very much to my two compatriots for joining me as always. I think it's always interesting to hear the different opinions of each person, but there's none of us are right, none of us are wrong, because but it gives you an idea of some sort of films you need to watch before you die. And just lastly, thank you very, very much for watching, and until the next time, thank you very much. Take care.